Good evening, chat. We are on to day one of a very weird one. It's kind of like a gooner murder mystery. Really. It's Brandon Banfield versus the Commonwealth of Virginia versus Brandon Banfield. Brandon Banfield is accused of being involved in murdering his wife and another guy, and the other guy they killed. Haven't read about it. Like, that's one hell of a way to get killed. That's one hell of a way to get killed. Let me just put it like that. We're just gonna leave it that way. It's one hell of a way to get killed. It's one hell of a way to get killed. Spud gets us, how late and gay do we think he'll be? Not as late and gay as you. So, yeah. But anyways, he's accused of murdering his wife and another man. And he's also involved in this is a Brazilian nanny. So that's really the rest of it. I really hope when she laughs, she's like Fran Drescher, but it's like, do you think the Fran Drescher in Brazil goes like, instead of like, ah, it's like, oh, wait. That's an internet joke there. What did you say? What, did I see what happened today? I mean, no, I knew Chud was going on. Chud actually messaged me and like kind of went through a bunch of stuff. He's like, hey, is this all good stuff? I was like, very impressed with the research he put together. I didn't think he was a dumb guy, but it's tough when you don't know. Although I guess it's a lot easier to learn America's legal system than a lot of other countries. But oh no, he was all in on it. So yeah, I wouldn't expect any less. Then Peter Keys. It's for 5 New Zealand. I don't know if those count as dollary dues or just dollarinos or dollaros. I'm not sure. But anyways, Brandon said, where did that go? I clicked on here. Love the alliteration. Could have gone further. Brandon Banfield and his buxom Brazilian border hopping babysitter. Yeah. But it worked. It worked. Thank you though, Peter. And then another for $10. $10, chat. We are starting off strong tonight. He says, were you an English major, Sean? Sean? No, I was not. I studied the best science, political science. Cat's name is Karen. Said you're so early. Yeah, but we got to do this because we got to get this going. So we got to get this going. Now, this case, basically the plot from season 1 episode of The Closer. I remember that show. I don't remember this though. I must not have seen the first season. So this is where the hashtags. I didn't get all this put together yet. I had to work on that. So laugh all you want, but that's how fucking YouTube works, man. I gotta figure out ways to deal with it. Anyways, starting off, his name is actually Brendan. Oh, okay. Well, I'll fix it. Serene Sapphire saying hi. Well, hello. The softest of the soft sciences. Oh, it's more of a science. It's more of a science than sociology, let me tell you what. Acts like, Sar, I object. Angela says this case is every movie on Lifetime. Yeah, well. Yes. All right, guys, it's time to get going here. Let's get started. This is out in the Commonwealth of Virginia, and you're going to see a familiar judge. Wrap it up before the DSP quartering Feltathon. Well, that's not going to happen. We'll try, though. You're going to see a familiar face, chat. As we start this here, we're going to...
Attorney in the Commonwealth is present.
Hold on.
We have any preliminary matters?
This is Judge Penny as Carte, I think, or as Carte. I forget how you pronounce it. Apologies to the judge. This is the judge from the Johnny Depp trial. This is a judge Rob has been in front of a ton of times. Very familiar with her. This is that. So, yeah. So, oh, I said Banfield. Oh, it's Banfield. I'm sorry. I'll fix that too. Anyway, it's time to go. It's time to go. So here we are. He's as I said, we're gonna get involved in this. Mike Tomlin quit. Good. So here we go, chat. Let's hit it.
Before the jury comes in?
No, ma'am.
And we're gonna run this at 1.3 speed.
All right, let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
1.25 speed.
Keep your attention and ask you to please remember that your job here is to listen to the evidence, right? Take notes if you need to. Follow along with the details. There will be many.
Oh, it's
and
Ascarati. There we go.
In how you consider this
Thank you.
evidence when it's time to deliberate. We're here today because Brendan Banfield, the man seated behind me, killed his wife, Christine Banfield, and another man named Joseph Ryan. Those two individuals had no reason to know each other, but for the plotting and planning of Brendan Banfield. Christine, back in 2022, was 37 years old. She was an ICU nurse working at Inova Fairfax. She was married to Brendan, who was then 38, and they had a daughter, 4-year-old Valerie. Christine worked odd shifts. She was a nurse. Many of you know what nurses' hours are. She could work nights. The schedule was irregular. It didn't occur with a 9-to-5 pattern, so regular daycare was not an option for the family. They hired an au pair, Juliana Perez Magalhães. She was from Brazil. She was 22 years old when she joined the family. She provided care while Brendan traveled for work and Christine worked her nurse's hours. The family lived in the Reston area of Fairfax County at 13230 Stable Brook Way. You'll hear that address referenced. You'll see pictures of the home. You'll have the opportunity to understand what the layout of the house was, as it is very relevant to what happened in February of 2023. Taking you back, in August of 2022, Brendan began an affair with Juliana. Initially, it was just sex when Christine was at work or asleep, but eventually it developed into a relationship. They went on dates. They went to bars, clubs, dancing. They went on romantic bike rides. By the fall of 2022, they were fully in love, planning their future. On a trip to New York, Brendan revealed his desire to get rid of Christine. Divorce was not an option for him. He didn't want to lose custody of Valerie. He didn't even want to share custody of Valerie. He thought Christine was a terrible mother. He wanted her out of the picture. And he convinced young Juliana, 22 years old, not from the United States, living in his home, in love with him, that they should get rid of Christine. He talked about hiring a hitman, finding someone to kill her for money. But he was concerned that that would tie back to him, that there would be too much evidence against him and that he could end up at risk. So they crafted a plan. They would use Christine's email accounts to create a fake profile to lure someone in who...
Now Chad, if you don't know the story, this is where it gets fucky wucky. This is where it gets... This is where it gets really... Joe Schmo, you're bringing up a good question. How does this work? From what I understand, this is not... I don't know if this is Judge Ascarati's courtroom, but this is like the big media-friendly courtroom. So it's set up for all that. So there are times where there is like there's the fancy courtroom, but generally speaking, you stay in your courtroom for a case is typically how it works around. So here we go. Yeah, this is where it gets really, yeah, this is really gets, but yes, guys, this is in Fairfax County, Virginia, where the rich men north of Richmond live. You know, right on the Potomac River. But anyways, here we go. Here we go. This is where it gets fucking weird. They were creating a fake profile to do what? Well, you're going to see.
Was into kinky sex, violent sex. And they would get this guy to come into the house and fake rape Christine. Brendan would be the hero of the day. He would show up, kill the guy, kill his wife, pretending that it had been that guy. That was the plan. They put it into action.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen here. Whoa, buddy's putting it nicely. Whoa, buddy is putting it nicely. Ten Hawk is like, I just love this. What? Yes, they used her email accounts to set up a FetLife account And she's like, and they pretended to be her saying, I want you to come in and rape me. I have a rape fetish. And their plan was for him to come in and rape her. And she wouldn't know it's, yeah. So. Yeah. Yeah. So the plan was he would murder the rapist and also murder her, but he would say, like, I couldn't save her in time. So, yes. Just got here, we're talking about raping. That's exactly right. We are talking about rape.
Rape.
Yes, rape. So, it's just a prank, bro. Yeah, well. Yes. Also, that's the other thing. This guy is a IRS investigation agent. Yep. So he's federal law enforcement. So here we go. Let's watch.
Brendan created a FetLife account. If you're not familiar with it, it's a social networking app for people interested in fetishes, sexual kink. He posted as Christine, seeking fulfillment of this stranger rape fantasy. He and Juliana spent weeks chatting with potential victims, searching for just the right guy who would follow Brendan's plan to a T. Because remember, this plan hinged on several things. Christine never knowing that it existed, and Christine never being expected to meet with her potential fake rapist. In this community of people, there weren't many takers for such a risky plan. It had red flags all over the place. But by January 24th, 2022, Brendan had found his target, Joseph Ryan, posting as Taco Supreme 7000. Joe engaged in friendly conversation with who he thought was an attractive woman new to kink. Brendan, posting as Christine, spent a month creating this relationship with Joe that would eventually lead to Joe's murder. Meanwhile, other things were going on to prepare for this murder. Brendan bought Juliana a gun and took her to the shooting range to teach her to shoot. Brendan had Juliana help him test out the soundproofing of the new windows that had been installed at Stablebrook Way. By the time this plan was ready to be hatched, Joe was fully on board. He had not questioned any of the asks of him. He had continued to engage in this relationship and appeared to be the perfect willing victim. Brendan created the narrative that Christine desperately wanted to be raped. Posing as Christine, he told Joe what to do. Come to the home in Reston. The door will be unlocked. Christine will be asleep in bed. Come straight upstairs, cut off her clothing, tie her, rape her. Simple and fun. That was how it was posed. Joe was willing to follow these rules that Brendan set out posing as Christine. They would not meet in person beforehand. Joe's phones would be left in the car. Joe was to bring a knife, zip ties, chains. And most importantly, he was not to stop. Even if she looked terrified, even if she was calling for help, he was to follow through because that's what she really wanted. On February 24th, 2023, Brendan Banfield's birthday, the plan was put into action. Knowing that Christine had a day off, Brendan and Juliana arranged a fake outing for the zoo fake outing at the zoo for Valerie. Juliana and Valerie packed a lunch, prepared for this fake outing. Christine, still in bed, asleep, at 6 a.m. Brendan takes her phone and Valerie downstairs. He chats with Joe to confirm a 7:20 arrival for the execution of the fake rape. And Brendan then disables the door lock, preventing it from automatically locking, turns off Christine's phone, and puts it in a drawer in the kitchen, where she couldn't possibly find it to call for help when she finds an intruder in her home. Brendan leaves the house, followed shortly by Juliana.
Now, guys, let's say the murders never happened. This is kind of one of those weird perverse thought experiments and hypotheticals in law school. Let's say the police actually showed up and arrested that guy. Could he be charged with rape? He would have a very good defense saying, I thought I was doing this as a thing. So, yeah. Anyways, here we go.
Brendan drives to a nearby McDonald's. Juliana waits in the cul-de-sac. The plan to give a call out to Brendan as soon as she sees Joe. Valerie's in the back seat, and Juliana has a gun in her pocket. When Joe arrives, Juliana calls Christine's cell phone first to create a record of a fake warning, even knowing that the phone is turned off. She then calls Brendan to let him know that Joe is in the house. Brendan leaves the McDonald's, drives directly to the home, meets up with Juliana, and with Valerie in tow, they re-enter the house through the basement. Juliana, nervous, screws up the plan and calls 911, too early. She hangs up as soon as Brendan's giving her the signal that this wasn't the plan. They leave Valerie in the basement. They sneak up the stairs to the bedroom where they hear Joe, Ryan, and Christine. Brendan enters the bedroom first, shooting Joe in the head, picks up the knife that Joe had brought, and stabs Christine repeatedly in the neck. He directs Juliana to shoot Joe a second time with her gun. This time the bullet enters Joe's chest.
That makes no sense. Why shoot him twice? That makes no sense.
Christine, dead or dying, Brendan spends the next several minutes manipulating Joe Ryan's body, in the process leaving Christine's blood on Joe's hands and pants. Juliana calls 911, this time as scheduled, to report the intruder, and Brendan tells the police, "I shot him, he stabbed her." You'll hear all of this from Juliana, but we're not asking you to believe her alone. You'll hear from witnesses and experts about all of the evidence that corroborates the facts presented. You'll see the FetLife chats. You'll see the Telegram messages. You'll hear and see the phone call details. You'll hear the 911 calls where Brendan admits to shooting Joe. You'll see body-worn camera video from the responding officers. You'll see photos of the crime scene and the physical evidence collected. And that's where you should focus your attention. Because while Juliana presents us with the narrative, that story that we wouldn't necessarily know but for her details, it is the blood evidence that you can rely upon without a doubt. The blood cannot lie. And the blood puts Brendan Banfield standing over Christine, stabbing her in the neck until she died. With that evidence, we will ask you to find Brendan Banfield guilty of these murders, the associated charges of neglecting his child, and of creating a danger for her in that home. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sands. All right. Defense?
I think I can probably move on.
No. Yes.
You do.
I was about to say, I thought this was super, and here's the point, guys. That is a pretty succinct opening statement by the defense. It's a level 9 comb over. He's reaped. But that's it, guys. Think about, we listen to these other trials and everything gets ridiculous with all the stuff going on. Think about like how short and sweet that was. That was a beautifully succinct opening statement.
Or is that one?
No. You want to check Ms. Sands?
You're off.
Here, I can check. Yeah. I did, because I didn't want to.
I said defense. Sorry. Yes. The prosecution did a very phenomenal job making that short and sweet. Short and sweet by the prosecution. Good job. Sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
You can put that in pocket if you want.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we had a long day yesterday, and we talked about a lot of the issues that would possibly come up, and they're going to come up today in terms of the story that the Commonwealth just told you, and what I think you should be looking out for in terms of the evidence. There's some interesting things that, in order to assess, first of all, what they're saying, and second of all, the evidence that's going to be before you, is you have to look at certain timelines. So the murder of Christine Banfield by Joe Ryan occurred on February 24th, 2023. The arrest of Juliana Perez Magalhães took place in October of 2023. She was held for nearly another year before she made the statements that are the full and complete support of what the Commonwealth just told you. And she did that because the Commonwealth decided that they were going to give her something certain. They were going to give her a plea of guilty to a manslaughter, which is a lesser included offense and guaranteed time served upon her testimony here today or tomorrow or whenever that testimony is. You're going to hear a timeline of events and evidence that you'll have an opportunity to look at, where she was arrested in October of 2023. And the whole reason she was arrested was to flip her against my client. You'll hear that evidence from someone other than her and other than me. And they tried, and they tried. In a correspondence that she wrote to my client on January 1st, that was given to him, she says, they want you. All they want is to get you in this case. They want me to say things that aren't true. They want me to say things that I did that aren't true. They offered me a misdemeanor. She declined a misdemeanor, facing second-degree murder at the time. And then as the case went on, it became very clear that they wanted him so badly that they were willing to do anything. They made offers, not as good as a misdemeanor, but as time went on, for a manslaughter, suspended time, but she had to testify against Brendan. You'll hear there were at least 4 or 5 times during that year leading up to Brendan Banfield being charged, where they came to her, they went through her attorney, and they offered that deal that she now stands to have taken. Now, why is it that she wouldn't have taken that then? Well, we heard in the first instance, she said, they're asking me to say something that isn't true. And so let's look at another timeline that I think is appropriate. When after she was arrested, she had a preliminary hearing in April of 2024. And you'll see communications that show real anxiety in terms of what was going to happen. After the preliminary hearing, then the first trial is set for July of 2024. Her attorney continues the case against her will. There's correspondence that says, I wanted to go forward. I wanted to show my innocence. Continued it to October, I believe. No, to November 12th. During that point in time, she'd lost trust in her attorney. She lost hope because he was the only person for someone who was thousands of miles away from her home, from her family, from the people that supported her. She lost hope in the person who was there to represent her. Whether that's true, whether that's right or not, I don't know. But what you'll see in this timeline that I'm going to create for you through evidence is that she was upset. And she said at one point, I can't believe he continued this case. I didn't want that. I don't want that. I just want to go forward. He better not do that again. We go through a period of time into September. The stress and the anxiety starts to really ramp up for her. Approaching her November 12th court date. My client gets arrested. In her mind, she loses even more hope because he was the person who was on the outside who she really was depending on. They had an affair. You're not going to get any disputes from us. But he played a supportive role to her while she was in jail, while they tried to do their little experiment on what would she take in order to come forward and tell a story. You'll hear in October, she went to.
These guys are going to have
surgery,
interesting
had gallbladder
cross-examination.
surgery, spent 2 weeks in the hospital.
It'll be very interesting.
And soon after she got out, she received word that her attorney was going to continue the case again because he needed to get a digital forensics examiner in order to review the evidence. That hadn't been done up until that point. That was the last straw. Whatever deals that had been rejected, the most recent time was September 30th. Whatever deals had been rejected, she was in for now. One of the deals was suggested by her attorney after she was upset with him in July. They get together, they arrive at this, and they have a recording of the questions that they're asking her during what they call the recant. You're going to hear some of those recordings. Now, any of you who have any sort of investigative roles in anything that you do, when you're talking to someone who's deciding to flip, You don't just take their word for it, you challenge them. Investigators challenge the statements that are being made.
Where the fuck are you going
And
with this,
so
man?
October 25th marks the first day that statements were made. Many of you may have seen that because it's showing up on media. And you hear someone asking her questions and then she answers those questions. Well, what we're going to be able to show you is that those answers are wrong based upon other evidence that we have in this case. But no one ever challenged her. No one ever questioned her. And so in order to have this narrative and this story that you were saying, Juliana Perez Magalhães is at the center of all of it. She's going to talk about where the gun was at one point, and then I think in the next recant, she says it was a different situation with the gun. She said she ran into the bedroom and used the combination on the safe to get the gun, and then she had it been given to him by, or it was given to him by Brendan Banfield. I'm sorry, given to her by Brendan Banfield. You're going to hear there are significant differences in many of the things that she's providing to the Commonwealth, some of which are changing even up to most recent prep sessions, which we had access to of December 30th. So the question will be, what's the final statement? I think we're all going to get that, but you're also going to see what she's done all along the way. Now, the Commonwealth used her for their case. I understand the situation that she's in, and I understand the fact that she's away from home and she's young and she's dependent on people, and she's also depending on the Commonwealth. And they put her in this situation. And she's accepted it gladly, and I'm sorry to say, many people would. But it's the devastation that causes when you ask for that kind of testimony to be included in your case. Now let's just talk a little bit. Jeremy, just get a sip of water. Sorry, a little dry mouth. Let's just talk a little bit about some of the other things that are going on in this case. And I think you'll find this through the evidence. So what essentially, and you may have heard it in media, is there's a theory called catfishing. And catfishing, for those who don't know it, and people more experienced and more expert than I will be able to tell you specifically, essentially is assuming the devices of someone in order to get something done is the easy quick. There's probably more sophisticated explanation for it. But what they're saying is Brendan Banfield assumed his wife's devices, his computer, her phone, any other devices, in order to take on take on her persona in order to invite this gentleman, Joe Ryan, in. Catfishing is a theory that requires a conclusion that Christine Banfield gave up her devices. The Commonwealth's experts.
That's not true.
From the moment that the devices were examined,
it's not true at all.
Extracted, that she did not give up her devices. And so then started the turmoil within the police department that I think is going to come out here. I doubt it'll be in the Commonwealth's case. But there were people within the command staff who were trying to change what the experts said about Christine Banfield's devices. They were trying to say that Christine Banfield did give up these devices or was away when those devices were being used. If you're going to have a conclusion that was from the very early moments that she had not given that up. Now that's significant because all of the things that Juliana Perez Magalhães has talked to you about is inextricably intertwined with catfishing. And so you're going to hear evidence from their expert witness. You're going to hear evidence from an expert witness that I have that concurs in their expert witness's findings. And in the world of digital forensics, they're just saying, digital forensics doesn't lie. People lie. And there are going to be plenty to see. You're going to see manipulation within the police department where if those that wanted the catfishing theory if the line homicide prosecutors, homicide detectives didn't agree with this theory, they were transferred. When this case started, there were 12 people in the homicide squad. As this case goes to trial now, there's only 4 of those 12 there. Important ones that were removed in part because they didn't agree with the people that peddled the catfish theory, the lead homicide detective, the digital forensics detective. And this was back in late 2024. I don't know how many of you are familiar with criminal prosecutions and investigations. I was a prosecutor myself here in Fairfax. I've never experienced a homicide investigation where the lead homicide detective was moved prior to a trial. Digital forensics, I probably aged out of digital forensics, but that's a very important aspect of this. So I could say personally whether that would have happened back in my day, but there are factors here that I think that haven't been brought forth by the Commonwealth. And in my efforts at presenting evidence, I'm going to be trying to bring that to light. As I indicated, there are serious timelines. There's a vulnerable person who's open to pray for what it is that they need. And I would respectfully suggest that Juliana Perez Magalhães is the linchpin to all of that. Now, ultimately, it's the evidence. It's not what I say. It's not what the Commonwealth says. But I say these things to you so that your ear is ready, because you're going to see a presentation of a horrible, tragic, awful event for everyone involved. And there's no disputing that. And as I said earlier, we're not disputing, you won't hear any dispute as to the relationship between Brendan Banfield and Juliana Perez Magalhães. But there's an awful lot more to look for, ladies and gentlemen, and that's what I'm asking you to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kerr. All right, your first witness.
Judge, it's going to be Alicia Dale.
Thank you, Mr. Priscilla.
Okay, we'll see where this goes.
Your Honor, we had spoken to your client about his shield for mystery.
Okay. We don't have it as of,
Okay.
well, you know what? What kind of computer is that?
I was going to say, we'll just turn it this way. I think camera angle.
Do you want to use mine?
Sure, absolutely. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, we're going to see what happens here. Hold on, chat. One thing I'm working on. We'll skip ahead in a second. Okay.
Swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law.
Thank you. Can you give me the contact? It doesn't have it.
Jasper the Cat
No,
says the real crime
no, I need
is having the name Taco Supreme 7000. Well, hey, you got to come up with something on FetLife, so I guess that makes sense. And then real quick, SP Sellers gifting 20 subs. Sorry, I was trying to make the thumbnail for this trial, so I'm sorry for not seeing that earlier, Sellers. So, thank you guys. Big frickin' support tonight. Big frickin' support tonight on this. Like this. Thank you. Guys are all about the fake rape, huh? But thank you, Sellers. The El Perro looked way better in her booking video than as a witness. Yeah, well, when you're stuck in jail, you can only look so good. And then EDW Raptor with one sub. Thank you for your support, guys. I appreciate it. Like I said, we don't have none of that. Meme copium. One sub. No, it's one sub. Oh. What's that, honey? Oh, you're saying something to me. Did you put a shovel near the nanny's face? No. Elmer Brown says, hi. Yes, hello. All right. Learned Hand Knits says they let her wear street clothes though. Yeah, that's not abnormal. Especially here at trial. Like if they can suit her up, they can ask for it. And real quick, let's see if we can get Clyde. 2.0 is such a mom voice. All right. But anyways, guys, thank you. Thank you very much. And once again, sellers, thank you. Like I said, I was working on the thumbnails there, so sorry.
Yes, it's HDMI. Well, so this antique piece of, you know what? Okay, super. Can I see yours? We're in double dongle. No, the other dongle. If not, we'll just use my computer. No, okay. Will you text Mario and see if we have a connection HDMI to USB? And
Guys, this is Alicia Dale. She's a custodian of records for Fairfax County. I think she's like the 911 call custodian. So real quick. But yes, thank you, Jasper the Cat Dude. And then Stephen Cooper for wide sub. Thank you. Because we start with the 911 call, and that makes sense that way. So.
State and spell your name for the court record.
Yeah.
My name is
Guys, technical difficulties happen. It's live TV.
Alicia Dale, ALICIADALE.
And what is your occupation?
I'm the custodian of records for the Department of Public Safety Communications in Fairfax County
And how long have you been employed in that capacity?
since May of 2021.
Can you explain your duties and your responsibilities in that position, please?
I am to maintain the records within the custody of our department, whether that's retention, disbursement, or destruction.
And can you explain the 911 call system in the Fairfax County Police Department and how it operates?
Once a call is placed, a 911 call is placed within the confines of the Fairfax County, the telephone system actually routes it to the corresponding public safety answering point, and we are that within Fairfax County. The call is then dispersed to a call taker and it's processed.
And is the recording of each call each call taken, is that recording made in the
Guys.
ordinary course of business and then maintained for a period of time?
Yes,
And are these recordings created when the call is made?
yes,
Is it part of your job to keep and maintain these recordings?
yes,
And were you asked to pull recorded calls made on February 24th, 2023?
yes.
At this point in time, I'm going to ask Madam Clerk to display my screen to the witness and to counsel, but no one else at this point. And I am going to mute my computer first so we don't get unwanted sound. I'm going to ask you to take a look at 3 files, and then I'm going to ask you to identify them. This is the first one. And I'm going to show you all 3 and then ask you about them, if that's okay.
Okay.
Just for the record, what evidence number would
This is Commonwealth's Exhibit 1.
would be the first one you
Yep.
shared? Okay, thank you.
The second one, Your Honor, is Commonwealth's Exhibit 2.
Okay.
So if you're seeing on your screen Commonwealth's Exhibit 2, that's the second one that I'm going to talk to you about. And then I'm going to show Commonwealth's Exhibit 3. And this would be the third one that I'm going to talk to you about.
Okay.
Now, I showed you three files. Do you recognize those files?
Yes,
And how do you recognize them?
I actually reviewed them this morning before court.
I was just going to ask you if you reviewed these exhibits before today. You've already answered that. Have you modified these calls in any way?
No,
At this point, Judge, what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask the court to.
I'm looking forward to this too.
move
This
these
sounds
in as
really good.
Commonwealth's Exhibit 1, 2, and 3.
It sounds like very, very good.
All right, 1, 2, and 3 are in evidence.
Before I play them, what I would like to do is ask you some questions about the timing of them. When we're looking at Commonwealth's Exhibit 1, and I'm going to go back to Commonwealth's Exhibit 1 on your screen, hopefully for you. At the bottom, it's at the bottom left-hand side of my screen. The numbers 74732. What do those numbers indicate?
that means the call was received, answered at 7:47 a.m.
Okay. And then the timestamp on Commonwealth's Exhibit 2, likewise, I'm going to put that back up on the screen. And we see 7:47:49.
And that call was placed, that was an outgoing call at 7:47:49 a.m.
Okay. And then looking at Commonwealth's Exhibit number 3, we see that that is 8:02:05.
And that was a 911 call received, answered at 8:02 a.m.
Okay. Thank you. At this point, Judge, what I'm going to do is I'm going to play the 911 calls.
All right.
This is one.
February 24, 2023, 7:47:32.
Fairfax County 911, where's your emergency?
No.
Hello, Fairfax County 911.
February 24, 2023, 7:47:39.
And this is 2.
24, 2023, 7:47:49.
Please leave your message for 57142621112.
Hello, this is Fairfax County 911. We had a call from this number. If you have an emergency, please hang up and dial 911. This call was named error. You can disregard this message. Thank you.
February 24, 2023, 7:48:40.
And this is 3.
24, 2023, 8:02:05.
Fairfax County 911, where's your emergency?
I need help. My friend, she's just stuck in the knife now. She's bleeding a lot. I don't know what to do anymore.
Okay, where are you located? What's your address?
Oh my God.
Take a deep breath for me. Just let me know your address.
It's 1-3-1-3.
Okay, 1-3. Take a deep breath for me. You're on Stablebrook Way? Are you on Stablebrook Way? What's your house number?
It's what's the number of this?
Is there somebody else there that can give me the address?
13230 Stablebrook Way.
Okay. And what's your name and what's going on?
My name is Ryan and Banfield. I'm a federal agent. This is my house. There's somebody here. I shot him. But he stabbed her. She's bleeding. She's got several marks on her neck. What do I do?
Okay. So what I need you to do is apply direct pressure directly to where she's bleeding from, okay? And if it becomes silk, just add more cloth to what is already there. How old is the person?
I don't know.
The person that's bleeding?
37.
Okay. Okay, so the person that you shot, where is he?
I don't know. I don't know him.
Okay, where is he though?
He's here. He's on the ground.
Okay. Okay. And the person that he stabbed, where are they now? Are they still in the hospital? I have nothing to see you.
Real quick, Dave, no, there are no updates in the Billy Wagner trial. Like, that's still stuff getting appealed around. I just checked the dockets and double checked. There's nothing new. So, no new updates. And then a real quick, Iman Reza with 1 sub. J-Rock with 1 sub. And SB Sellers again with 1 sub. Thank you, guys. Then real quick, I just saw peeking her head in. Kat, not Williams, guys, friend of the show, friend of the channel. Kat Williams, she's been busy lately, covering a bunch of stuff out there. Give her like, if you haven't, guys, you definitely enjoy her stuff out there. Hope you're doing well, Kat.
this is what I'm just didn't know what to do.
Okay, so I want you to get a clean cloth and apply direct pressure to where you're bleeding from, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, are you the one that's bleeding? Just keep applying pressure, don't remove it. If it becomes soaked, just add more cloth to what is already there. Do not use a tourniquet. If one is already on, don't remove it, and don't throw or flush any blood-soaked items, okay?
That might happen. That might
And
happen.
sir, I need you not to touch the weapons or disturb the scene at all, and don't touch or remove any impaled object, okay?
I bet there were some impaled objects. Oh, yo. Also, real quick, Cat Williams for 5 subs. That gets in a woo chat, but let's get back to the show. Cat, thank you for your support. So, Cat says those are FetLife accounts. Yeah. Oh. So, let's keep going here. Let's keep going. What is this? Is this cycle up for the death penalty? No, Virginia does not. Virginia's had a moratorium on the death penalty, so no, you will not get executed in Virginia. He faces life.
Sir, hello? Ma'am, can you hear me?
Let me.
Okay. Are you the one that was injured?
She's not responding.
She's one and one. He's living.
Okay. Can you tell me how her breathing is?
I just hope her breathing is.
She's heart still beating. She's
Okay.
still breathing.
Okay. Just keep
Still
applying
bleeding.
pressure to where she's bleeding.
I'll
from and just
fix
put her on her
that.
side, okay?
On her side?
Yeah, on her side. You said she's breathing normally. She's just not responding to you.
Oh. She's got a very big hole in her neck.
Okay. Just keep applying pressure, okay? Just keep adding more muscles already there. And who am I speaking to? Who are you, dear? Are you?
Good what?
Okay. So who's the person? Where's the person that's bleeding? Where are they in the house?
They're upstairs.
Okay.
In the bedroom.
Okay. And where is the person that was shot? Are they also in the house downstairs?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm in the bedroom too.
Okay. Okay.
Send help, please.
Yeah, they're on the way. They're coming to you now, lights and sirens, okay? And any weapon is secured, correct?
Again?
Any weapon is secured?
I have the weapon.
Okay. Can you just leave it where it is?
Yeah.
Okay. And you said you don't know the individual that was shot?
No. I don't know.
No, whenever things that the
Okay.
person.
And sir, where are you? Are you taking care of the person upstairs?
I'm trying.
I'm trying, but
Okay.
it's just
Really? Ooh. Uh-oh. That's not good.
Okay, I have officers there pulling up outside, okay? So just make sure the weapon is put placed where it is and it's secure, and just keep applying pressure. And make sure your door is unlocked. Can we make sure that's done?
all right.
Okay. And if there's any animals, please make sure they're put away.
I'm not the door.
The door. What is it again?
Okay, so make sure your weapon is down, sir, and that you're coming to the door with your hands up so the officers can see you.
Okay, I'm locked.
Okay, and the weapon is down?
Are you there? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Are they coming?
Yeah, they're on the way. They should see them soon. They're pulling up outside right now. Let me know if you can see them, okay?
I just sit down?
You should be able to see them soon.
Huh? I hear them.
Okay, so are we? Okay, and no one has a weapon, right? The weapon's down?
The weapons are down.
Okay.
That one's down.
I hear them.
Okay, they're pulling up outside. Just keep applying pressure to where she's bleeding from and just make sure she's
Okay.
okay.
You're not.
Here is it. It's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let me know if the officers are with you.
Want to come here?
Yeah, they're pulling up now. They're gonna make their way to you. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm showing them outside.
They can come in.
I'll go and disconnect with you, Steve. Okay?
Come in. You guys. It's right here. It's up here. He's in the house up here. So you just go out. My God.
February 24, 2023, 8:10:38.
Judge, I don't have any further questions. Mr. Carroll may have some questions.
Cross-examination.
Ms. Dale, I've heard that before, but when I was listening now, it appeared that there was a lot of typing going on. Do you know, was that typing verbatim what was being said to the dispatch?
Verbatim, no.
Okay. Do you know if the dispatcher typed what my client said, that he was a federal law enforcement officer and that he had shot someone who was in his bedroom? Do you know if they typed that?
I don't remember exactly what was typed into the CAT event as far as what was surmised from the phone call.
Would that be part of the records that you're the custodian of?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall if it was typed in what he said, which was that he stabbed my wife in the neck?
Objection. I don't think that was what was said, and we can listen to the call.
What's your legal objection, please?
Seems facts not in evidence.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Was that transcribed?
In the actual event?
Yes.
I would have to review the record.
Okay. Did you review the record this morning?
I reviewed the phone calls.
The phone calls. Okay. So an additional review would be required to know what was sent out that was typed to by dispatch.
Correct.
Okay. I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
No redirect, Judge.
All right, is this witness subject to recall?
Not by me.
Is she subject to recall, Mr. Carroll? Okay, ma'am, you're free to go. Thank you.
Okay.
Your next witness?
Judge, it's going to be Officer Hugh, Justin Hugh.
This is set up to be too good for TV at this point. It's very weird. Yes, Kat, I agree. The case number is 2024-666. I'm not kidding. Oh, buddy. Oh, no. Oh, no. That's not good. No. No. I don't like this. It's getting worse, chat. You know, some of you guys are learning about FetLife for the first time ever. That's so funny. Some of you guys are learning about FetLife. It's like, geez. Now, guys, I don't know if he's a detective or not, but remember, in some jurisdictions, cops are not allowed to testify in their uniforms. That's considered prejudicial. So I'm not sure what his situation is.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself by telling us your name and spelling your first and last name for the court record?
Justin Hugh, Justin. Last name Hugh, Hugh.
And how are you currently employed?
I'm a detective with the Fairfax County Police Department in the Child Abuse Unit.
And how long have you been with the Fairfax County Police Department?
Almost 4 years.
And when were you assigned in February of 2023?
I was patrolling Reston.
And I'm going to direct your attention to February 24th, 2023. Were you on duty in uniform and displaying your badge of authority that day?
Yes.
And did you respond to a call for service that morning?
Yes.
What was the call for, if you recall?
The call was for somebody that had been shot and then somebody else in the residence had been stabbed.
And where did you respond?
I responded to area 521, which was my patrol area.
And where is Patrol 521?
It's in Reston. It's kind of near the town of Herndon.
And is that a location in Fairfax County?
Yes.
Is your uniform equipped with department-issued body-worn camera?
Yes.
And how does your body-worn camera work?
You click it twice in the middle and it activates the body-worn camera and starts recording.
And then when you are done with your shift, what happens?
We dock it at the station where it will upload everything that's recorded for the day.
And was your body-worn camera working properly that day?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Commonwealth's Exhibit 4, and I have I've got my computer muted, so we should only see a picture.
All right.
I would ask if we could just have that for the stand, the defense attorneys, and the witness at this point. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
It's my body-worn camera from that day.
And have you had the opportunity to review this before today?
Yes.
And is this a fair and accurate depiction of what you did and saw as you responded to this call for service that morning that you described earlier?
Yes.
Judge, at this point, what I'd like to do is admit this as Commonwealth's Exhibit 4.
The objection to 4? All right, 4 in evidence.
Judge, I am going to ask if we could have this displayed to the jury, the witness, counsel, and the stand only, not on the screens,
I'm in the gallery.
not in the gallery.
Okay.
And there will be sound.
At some point, maybe OP, just not right now. I mean, they've got to want to have me on. Like they're like, do they need to have me on? Because they don't need an extra guy coming on that sound like a tard. So at some point, probably will.
Well, I got voices inside. Let's do something quick. Stack up on me, I guess. County police, call out. Where's the gun at? Where's the gun? All right.
Anybody else downstairs?
Where's the shot person? Who else? Just us?
The suit is not. The suit. This is actually good questions, Xarian. No, the suit is less prejudicial because he's wearing just a suit. If he was wearing the police uniform, there's a lot of concern that a police uniform gives people the idea that he's a police officer, he has power and presence, and he should be trusted more because he's in uniform and he's commandeering and he's got his gun on him and he's got all his gear on him. Because the cops get to carry, most courtrooms, the cops get to carry their guns in. Like, they're fully kitted up. Especially if it's a cop, like, if you have a trial going and it's a, depending on if the cop's working or not, he might show up not just like in uniform with just a duty belt on, but he shows up with his like full fucking like chest rig and his outer vest and all that shit, like he's ready to go. Yeah, that stuff can all be prejudicial, man. All be prejudicial. And oh my God, it is snowing like a motherfucker outside. Oof. I want to file court tomorrow at this rate.
We got.
Can you turn the lights on in here?
Stella says they wear dress uniforms. That's actually not, depending where you're at, I don't know. But like normally, you just have like a pair of your like police uniform you wear, like not necessarily a dress uniform. Everything is fine over here. It says, are they on duty while testifying? It depends. It depends. I mean, like they're on the clock and getting paid, so yeah, technically they're on duty. But no, like there's some police departments. So it's like if it's your day off, you have to go in and testify, but you're not fully kitted out. That Shame says I never actually thought about that for officers. Good call. And I only know that because website was on a while ago, many years ago. A cop mentioned that like where he is in Alabama, they have to testify in suit and tie. And I actually thought about that in the 20 years since I heard that, and I'm like, it makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. I like it. So
Yeah.
thank you for being here.
Give me a, what can I do to help? Chest seal. Give me a chest seal. Yep.
Wait, did it? Wait, are we actually at war now? Did it happen? Did Iran kick off? I kind of thought it was going to happen because we had some issues. But yeah, there were some reports of planes flying somewhere out there. Oh, there's people on chat saying, or in Twitter, say, can you confirm the condition of Iran's airspace? Oh, it might be kicking off here, chat. Hold on. Iran closes airspace completely. Yeah, this is an indicator. This is an indicator right here. Oh, buddy. Uh-oh. Yeah, but apparently parts of Iraq close to the Iranian border, there were fighter jets over Basra earlier and stuff. Like, this may be going down. Oh, EDW is saying this was way earlier. Okay. Well, it sounds like people are just posting it, though. The airspace has been closed for about 2 hours now. Oof. Well, yeah, we might be going to war, chat. Yay. What happened? We might be bombing Tehran. John McCain may have got his wish. The Abraham Lincoln's redirected from the Middle East. Yeah, a bunch of tankers took off out of Pearl Harbor heading west. And then there's out of Al Udeid, a bunch of tankers took off earlier and have been flying racetrack. So, yeah. Oh, the airspace opened up 20 minutes ago? Okay, well, that's a good sign. All right, never mind then. Sounds like we're not going to war then. I just saw somebody tweet that now or post that, and I was like, uh-oh. Yeah, could we just not? And Nightmare says, you see the NOTAM expiring? Okay, well, that's good. Let's get back to this trial and the fake rape that we're doing. So here we go.
You got multiple stab wounds in that. Secure those guns.
Ma'am, I need you outside now.
She breathing. What do you need? Get medics in here now.
Get a chest seal.
Seems faulty, medics. He grabbed my arm. He grabbed my arm when I started to find. Okay. Someone get it. Someone get him. I don't know what he shot at. Who's that chest seal? I need it from the snap right now. You got stabbed by him, so watch him. Guys, chest seal. Now we're looking for it, buddy. We're looking for it. Get off. He called out.
Here's Dawes.
Up this way.
Here's Dawes.
I need chest seal on her and I'll
Wounds
get
here.
right now. Just stay right there. Stay right there. There's another one behind me. Open up the number. Yeah, can't do anything with this right now. Can't do anything with this right now. Someone check the pulse. We got behind me.
Yeah.
He's breathing, so.
We got one guy up here, 2 gunshot wound, 1 female, multiple stab wounds.
Can someone do this for me? I got one hand trying to tie it up now. Up this way. He's in the bathroom, up here. Where you at? On her neck. Multiple stab wounds on her neck. Ready? Let's do that. Ready? Ready? This one. Here's another half. Ready? Good work. Yep. Hold it on. Sit in the top. Sit in the top. Sit in the top.
You need another chest seal?
Yeah, what do we have? We get another. Hey, LT, get more blockets. LT, we need more blockets. Chest seals you can get. How many? We need guys in here.
Is he shot in the head too?
No, shot in the chest.
A lot of blood. Looks like it's probably from a lot.
Security firearm. Take. Yep. Since we got this kind of weight from medics, can you talk with him? Shoot him.
The medics expediting, where are they at?
I can feel him. Hey, you have a pulse on him?
No.
No pulse on him. CPR on. Go ahead.
Multiple stab wounds.
CPR on him.
Yeah, if you want to start going.
Oh, we got medics.
Who's most liable, you guys know?
She is.
All right. Multiple stab wounds to the back. James, where is he? To the right, we have a pulse, multiple stab wounds. To the left, you do the CPR or the gunshot wound. All right. Who's still breathing? Multiple stab wounds to the
This
neck.
is bomb.
Don't know if we actually have it. Don't know if it's going on outside. Okay. She's still right there. You can feel blood moving. You can stop doing CPR. Yeah, we're gonna get her. He's gonna be way over there.
Yeah, this.
He's breathing over here. He's breathing. That's why we're
Zach, grab him, take him downstairs.
Are you hurt? Come on. Sorry. No, there's no pulse. No, there's no. What do we need? I think that guy's gonna be definitely away from the shot. I mean, we can. I think that's maybe obvious over there. Here. This is my house. This is my wife. What do you want to do? You want to grab that and go? We're not. No, this is. She's on. All right, that's fine. You want to get a rhythm on that? Yeah.
Sorry.
It's right there behind him. Right there.
Okay, all right.
Where's he?
Yeah.
Grab the guy out there, get him down, don't worry.
All right. Wait, is that not Bombers? I don't know.
This is not Bombers, it might be his. He's
There was 2 on the bed when I came in.
Okay.
Okay, this one's got blood on it.
All right.
So stay with him. He might. I'm not sure if he shot the guy.
Sir?
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm going to wait till they're done getting her out of the way before I'm willing to walk over.
You don't know that guy at all? Yeah. Where's the gun currently? We have 2 firearms right here.
Leave them right where they are. That's what we got them. We moved them away. All right, that's fine. They were on the other hand.
Hey, Sarge, do you want us to escort him outside? Okay.
Okay. I'm not sure. We're not working. But I'm getting out. So once you sorry. Hey, we're gonna move very close to the escort him down. Don't touch anything.
Got a knife here.
Yeah. Is there kids down there? Kids are out of the way.
We're outside. We're gonna kill the rest of the house.
Don't worry about that. Okay. Just come on.
Zach, stay here. You're with me.
I'm escorting him now.
He's gonna say we're gonna make sure no one else is hurt in the house.
Okay. All right. We're gonna get husband downstairs. All right.
Just for the record, we'll admit that under seal, it's Commonwealth score. Understood.
Okay, chat. Do you guys need me to move? Like, I was moving out of the way. Do you need me down here below, or is this just, are we trolling now? Are we trolling? It's okay if we're trolling. So, because Spud Gun for £2 sterling, the King sterling, is asking me to move it to the bottom left or right. I mean, if you guys want, I can move it a lot of different ways. Yeah, I can just go like, I can just take it and go like, I can be right here. I can just be right here, chat. I'll put me back. I'll put me back. Flip your cam 180 degrees. I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to move the CC too much. Like, I don't think it moves. It doesn't really. Oh, it does move. Okay. So, you know, I can move over here now. Good. We'll do that. So here we go. We'll try this. I didn't think I could move this. I thought this was kind of frozen in the center, but I guess it goes over here. Shredder says, what have you missed? The police responding to the murder scene. That's it so far.
Let's talk about what we just saw. When you entered the house, we saw one officer ahead of you. Were the two of you the first two officers to enter the house?
Yes.
And when you came upstairs to the bedroom, did you see any unsecured firearms in the room?
Yes.
Can you tell us how many?
2.
And can you describe the unsecured firearms that were in that room? Did you note anything about either one of them?
One had a flashlight on it and the other one did not.
Okay. Did you handle either of the unsecured firearms?
The one with the flashlight on it, I handled that one.
And what did you do with it?
I moved it twice. The first time I moved it just from the corner of the bed to in front of me. And then the second time I moved it to the other side of the bed near the other firearm.
And did you note anything about that firearm when you were handling it?
There was blood on it.
And Judge, at this time, I'm going to show Commonwealth Exhibit 5 and ask that, and it's going to be a still photo, just to witness and counsel.
Okay.
It's not the greatest picture, but is this the firearm that you handled?
Yes.
And is this the position that it was in when you entered the room?
Yes.
Can you describe the position, what we're looking at here?
The gun is in the bottom right corner of the bed. It's pointing towards whatever's kind of behind me.
And when you're talking about the bottom right corner of the bed, are you standing at the foot of the bed facing the headboard, or are you? Okay.
Yes.
Judge, I'd ask to admit this as Commonwealth Exhibit 5.
Any objection?
If we could publish that to the jury.
In the gallery.
Got it. And when you handled this firearm, did you have gloves on when you handled the firearm on February 24th?
Yes.
And when you left the bedroom, where had those two firearms come to rest, this one and the other one?
On the left side of the bed. If I'm facing the headboard, that's where the last place I saw them at.
Okay. And then when you, the rest of your morning, when you left the bedroom, who was with you?
When I left the bedroom, I was with Officer Beckner. Believe there's another officer walking down the stairs with us, and Mr. Banfield.
And where did you go?
We walked outside, and then we took Mr. Banfield to an ambulance.
And when you got to the ambulance, what, if anything, did you take from him?
A jacket that he was wearing.
And what did you do with that jacket?
I held on to the jacket, and then Detective Falk, who's a crime scene detective, showed up, and then I transferred custody of the jacket to him.
And I'm sorry, you said Detective Falk?
Falk.
Is that OJ Falk?
Yes.
After you after you left the defendant's company that day? Did you remain at the scene? Did you go back into service? What was the rest of your morning like?
We remained at the scene for a while outside, didn't go back inside the house, left the scene for a bit to do other things. And then I ended up coming back to the scene and stayed there until the end of my shift, just on the outside of the house.
I don't have any more questions for you. Mr. Carroll may have some questions.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, Officer Hugh.
Good morning.
Were you right after Officer Gibbons as an arrival on the scene?
When I walked into the house, Officer Baumler was the one in front of me.
Officer Baumler?
Yes.
But Officer Gibbons was in front of him, is that correct?
No.
When was Officer Gibbons there?
He would have walked in behind me at some point. I don't remember when.
Okay.
Eventually, there was like a stack of us that all went in. I don't remember the exact lineup.
And I understand, but Officer Gibbons was the one who was in the bathroom with my client, correct?
Yes.
So when you saw, when you walked in, you observed my client rendering aid to his wife, is that right?
I don't recall what I saw when I first turned into the room. I know he was in the room. I don't remember the positioning now.
Okay. Do you recall Officer Beckner arriving?
I remember Officer Beckner coming in the room.
Okay. And were you present when Officer Beckner started, getting chest seals and chest compressions and things like that all of you were doing?
Yes.
Okay. And did you observe, according to Officer Beckner, a panic attack on my client's part?
I wouldn't really know. I wouldn't say a panic attack. I would say I witnessed his behavior.
Okay.
I don't know how you exactly would define a panic attack. I didn't think of it. I didn't think it was anything super.
His words, not mine.
Yeah.
You observed, but you observed my client, correct?
I did.
And around that same time, Officer Beckner reports that some firefighter was kicking items on the ground. Let me see. Kicking the blankets near Joe Ryan, and he was advised to stop by Officer Beckner. Do you recall that?
I was told about what a firefighter did after, but I never really witnessed that in the moment.
And I understand, I mean, it's a fast evolving situation, but that's what I wanted to find out is if you had recollection of it, but you were told thereafter?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you arrived on scene, Christine Banfield was breathing, correct?
I never touched her, so I don't know.
Okay.
I couldn't tell you.
Were you aware based on what people were saying regarding her condition?
Listening to the body camera footage after, yes. It sounds like someone was saying that there might have been breathing or there was breathing, but
Okay.
I don't have direct knowledge.
But the firefighters ended up connecting her and actually found a pulse, right?
That I don't know. I know they found something, but I know there's like electrical readings I've had on other scenes.
Was that not what we just watched on that they actually connected her up to whatever device the one firefighter was saying?
They did connect her to something. I don't know what, I'm not versed in what machine they would have connected her
Okay,
to.
and I'm not asking you to be an expert on this. I'm just asking you as the person on the scene what you observed.
Yes, the firefighters worked on her.
Okay, they were tending to her.
Yes.
Okay, that's probably the best way to say it without knowing what exactly they did.
Yes.
And then while you were there, or at least that's what your body camera video shows, they secured her and they brought her out of the house, correct?
Yes.
And then, I'm sorry, I thought somebody was saying something. And then after she was secured and out of the house is when, how long after that was it when you and Officer Beckner and my client all walked out?
I'd say pretty shortly after, I would guess a minute tops.
Okay. Now, in terms of I guess that's the exhibit number 5, and I just keep pointing over here because that's where I saw it, but it's not there. That was a screenshot from the body-worn camera, is that right?
Correct, the picture of the gun they showed.
Do you want to show them the picture again?
Yeah, I can't judge. I better.
I think you have to get back on the screen.
I don't want to make sure.
Okay.
Do you see that?
Yes.
And is this your body-worn camera?
Yes.
Okay. And did you take any actions to prepare this screenshot?
No.
Okay. Now, do you know where this gun was before it was sitting at that situation that's shown in the picture?
No.
Okay. And I think you said after that, it was moved to the left side of the bed, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall who did that?
I moved it.
You moved it, okay. And then, if I understand your testimony correctly, you then got involved in the scene, and then you ended up escorting my client out, and that was the last that you were in this room?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect?
I don't have any reason.
All right, is this witness subject to recall?
I don't think so, Judge.
Is he subject to recall? All right, sir, since you are subject to recall, you cannot discuss this case with anybody, and you cannot look at anything from this case, okay? You're still a witness, so the rule witness is still on you at this time, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
You are free to go today. If they need you, they will contact you, okay?
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, do you have a short witness, or is this a good time for a morning break?
Judge, this is probably a good time for a break.
For a break?
Next witness is going to be a smidge longer than the first.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our morning recess for 15 minutes, okay? So we'll get you back in the
All right, chat, they're going to take a break. Remember, we're all breaks. We're all gas, no breaks here. So that was Officer Justin Hugh. The next officer, and this is where you heard some stuff has been moved around. This is another guy, Officer Beckner, as well. Dave says, oh, Greg Biffle's house got broken into 5 days after he passed away. That's not a surprise at all. Also, guys, how's the audio? Let me know. Let me know if the audio is okay. It seemed like it was all. I think some of you guys were having problems, but let me know. Edward Scott, this trial is way easier to goon to. I bet it is. Treads and trenches, or trenches and treads. Thank you for being here. I think I've seen you around before, so thanks for stopping by. Could the husband be charged with the rape instead since he instigated it? No. Maybe you could say conspiracy to commit rape, but that would be, I've never heard of that. A conspiracy to commit a sexual crime, usually because the people who are involved in it are all doing it. So maybe you could argue conspiracy to commit rape, but ultimately, no, I don't think you could because he didn't actually commit the actual crime. So I don't think so. Stephen Cooper, real quick, for $5 says, what snow? Front Range Colorado sees virtually nothing this year. Oof. That's rough. That's not good for you guys. And then Radcon Hazard for $5 says, born too late to fight in the sandbox, born too early to fight in the sandbox. Yes. Born too late to fight in the Gulf War, born too late to fight in the Gulf War, born too early to fight in the Iraq War, born just in time to fight in another sandbox war. Yes. It never ends, chat. It never ends. It's the eternal fight. It's the eternal fight. Oh, you're going to say the defense's mic sucked. Stacey said, did the rape happen? I'm like, it was happening. He was trying to do it from what I understand, but I don't think he like sealed the deal. Well, like Stacey, like, no, Maddie, like he was trying to do the rape, like he was trying to have sex with her, but I don't think, like, obviously it didn't happen. So Lake Life says, Sean pinched my Tate with his teeth. Oof. Oof.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. All right, your next witness, Ms. Bristler?
Judge, is going to be Officer Beckner.
Officer Beckner.
Please stand. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law?
I do.
Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself by telling us your name and spelling your first and last name for the court record?
I'm Zachary Beckner, Z-A-C-H-A-R-Y-B-E-C-K-N-E-R.
And how are you currently employed?
I'm employed as a police officer for Fairfax County.
And how long have you been employed by the Fairfax County Police Department?
February will be 4 years.
And how were you employed back on February 24th, 2023?
I was a police officer on patrol.
With Fairfax County?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you on duty that day?
I was.
Were you in uniform and displaying your badge of authority?
I was.
And is your department issued uniform equipped with body worn camera?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you describe how your body worn camera works for us?
You double tap the center button and it comes on, or it can be activated by lights and sirens.
And at the end of the day, what, if anything, do you do with your body worn camera?
We dock them so that they can be uploaded.
And was your body worn camera working on February 24th, 2023?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
And I'm going to draw your attention, Officer Beckner, to the morning hours on that date. Did you respond to a call for service?
I did.
And where did you respond?
I believe it was off Sablebrook Way. I don't remember the exact address. It was in area 521 of Ruston District Station.
And is that a location within Fairfax County?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Were other officers on scene when you arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how many other officers had entered the house before you that day?
I believe 3 or 4.
And did you yourself go into the house?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you were in the house, did you see anyone inside that you recognized in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you point that person out and describe an article of clothing or two that they're wearing?
Black suit and a striped tie,
And color of hair?
brown or black.
Judge, I'd ask the court that ask the court recognize that the officer has identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
I'm going to show you an exhibit that's been marked as Commonwealth's Exhibit 6. And I'm going to ask Madam Clerk that this is displayed to the witness and to counsel and to the judge at this point only. Do you recognize this? Can you see it?
No, ma'am. There's
Oh,
nothing
okay,
pulled up.
sorry.
It's my screen on our.
I see, okay.
I mean, all the connections are good. No. Still no.
You'd see it on the screen in front of you if it was.
Oh, yeah, it would be here.
Yeah.
Put it on something else.
All right, well, it flickered. Was that you or was that me?
We changed it just to make sure our system was working. So our system's working.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go back to. Murderous.
There we go.
Yeah, just go ahead and log in.
Going to hopefully show you a clip on your screen. Can you see anything on your screen?
No, ma'am, it's still black.
Okay, his screen is still black. Still?
There's blue on there now.
That's just drawing.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Oh, I see what the problem is. Hold on. How about now?
Well, you should see if you're doing
Yeah, nope.
This is what we're.
Okay, there it goes. All right, now can you see
Yes, ma'am.
on your screen? Okay. And do you recognize what's on your screen?
I do, ma'am. It's my body cam from that day.
Okay. And the video, have you had a chance to review this before today?
Yes, ma'am.
And is what you reviewed a fair and accurate depiction of what you initially did and saw that morning in the house?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Judge, what I'm going to ask the court to do is seal this, ask the court to admit it as Commonwealth 6, publish it to the jury and the jury only, and I'm going to ask the court to seal this.
All right, any objection to 6? No. All right, 6 in evidence
It's going to get sealed, so we're not going to see what it is, chat.
under seal. Okay, thank you, Mr. Carroll.
Now, as I'm playing this, I'm going to stop it in places so that we can talk about what it is that we're seeing.
Because we don't show up to court the day before and make sure all our shit works. That's why we all struggle with tech.
Anybody else?
Because they're sealing it because they don't want people to see all the blood, guts, and gore. It's bullshit, but that's why they're doing it. Marlene saying, why is the evidence under seal when the trial is underway? Because that's the same reason why we're not watching the body cam video right now. It's because it's nasty and bloody and gory and ooey gooey. So we're not allowed to watch it, which is absolute horseshit. But that's why. You can seal exhibits at trial. That's not uncommon. Were they unsealing it after they publish it? No, that's going to be published under seal. So only people involved in the case are going to know about it. So.
Downstairs?
Yeah, it's to traumatize the victims and loved ones. So yeah, oh my God, it's so bad and nasty. Nobody fucking cares. Shouldn't be. Yes, everything should be shown. Is the jury getting to see it? At some point they are. But right now, this is just being shown to the witness, I believe. I think actually it's being published to the whole jury. So, and they have little things they can watch as they're doing it.
Hold down, somebody hold down.
Okay, here, where are you in the house?
I'm at the bottom of the stairs leading to the second story.
And what do you note about that door that is in front of you? Or what did you note about that door?
That it was open and had an exterior lock.
And did you see a light on inside of the door?
No, ma'am.
They're saying one of the patients is outside now.
So somebody's outside. In the back? Anybody else outside? Who else is outside? Anybody over here? Ma'am, stay here, ma'am. Who is the shooter? Who shot who?
I got a blowout kit if you need it.
Bring it up. Is there anyone else in the house? Any kids in the house? Ma'am, I need you outside now.
Here, how many unsecured firearms did you note as when you came in?
2.
And I'm going to keep going.
What do you need?
Get medicine right now.
Scene's cold to medics.
Okay, he grabbed my arm. Go ahead. He grabbed my arm. I just heard that coming. Hold on. Someone get it. Someone go ahead. I don't know when you shot it. Who's that chest concealed? I need it on the tap here now. You got that by now, so someone watch him.
Their child was in the basement.
Guys, chest seal. Now we're looking for it. Can we get balls? Get balls out. Up this way. Upstairs. Make sure it's seal over, and I'm going to put it now. Just stay right there. Stay right there. There's another one behind me. Hey, open this up for Balmer. I got the other one for him. Okay, go. How many chests behind me? Yeah. He's breathing, so. We got one guy up here, gunshot wound, one female, small.
Here, did you notice the knife as you moved over to where Joe was laying?
I noticed it first whenever I was checking for a pulse on him.
Can someone do this?
I don't have anything.
Was that you saying, I don't have anything?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you mean when you said that?
I was checking for a pulse on the decedent there.
And is that at the point when you noticed the knife?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you were checking for his pulse, what part of his body were you checking?
His neck.
Up this way.
And then the officer that we just saw step on the knife, who was that?
Officer Sepiani.
He's in the bathroom, up here.
I don't have a pulse on him.
He's down there.
When you said, I don't have a pulse on him right there, the second time, who were you saying that to?
The other officers there to my left, particularly Officer Sepiani.
And the view that you have of the bed at this point, do you know at this point where the unsecured firearms that you saw when you entered the room?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us where they are?
They're both laying there at the foot of the bed, basically in the same position as whenever we saw them first on my body cam.
I don't have a pulse on him.
Where's the gunshot wound?
I'm not entirely certain, sir.
Check.
The officer here that is moving Joe's hands, who is that officer?
It's Officer Safiani.
And had anyone moved Joe's hands that you saw before Officer Safiani moved them?
No, ma'am.
Chest. Okay. Hold this down. Let's work on her, okay?
Sit in the top. Sit in the top. Sit in the top.
You need another chest, you?
Yeah, whatever you have.
Hey, get another. ALT, get more blockheads.
I don't know.
You shot in the head.
Oh, no. It's a lot of blood. It looks like it's probably from a lung. I don't even know what to do.
Okay, yep. Since we got this, kind of wait for medics and talk with him.
I don't have a pulse.
When you said that time that he did not have a pulse, what did you mean?
I was checking again to confirm that I still do not have a pulse on him, ma'am.
So is that 3 times that you took a pulse?
I believe so, at least.
And that last time, were you also checking his neck?
Yes, ma'am.
Medics expediting, or where are they at?
Guys, hey, you have a pulse on that.
No, not at all. What do you need?
Multiple staff in this one. Yeah. Start going. Who's most viable, you guys know? Alright, multiple staff to the neck. Thing, where's it? To the right, we have a pulse, multiple staff to the left, you do the CPR with gunshot. Alright. We're still breathing? You know what we have right here. Don't know if it's one on the side. So she's still breathing? We can feel blood moving. You can stop me if you want. Yeah, we're gonna get her. Yeah, this. Is she breathing over here?
Where are the unsecured firearms in the room at this point?
They've been moved onto the opposite side of the bed from me.
And is that where they were when you left the room, if you recall?
Yes, ma'am, to the best of my knowledge.
Grab him, take him downstairs.
Are you hurt? Stand by. Sorry. Nope, there's no pulse. What do we need? I think that guy's gonna be definitely DOA. I mean, we can. So what's the thing that's maybe obvious over there?
Oh.
What do you want to do? You want to grab that, Joe?
Don't do this.
All right, that's fine. You want to get a rhythm on that? Yeah. I got him on it. It's right there behind you. You have it? Okay. So where is he? Grab the guy over there. Down this way. This is not more than note, please. There was 2 on the bed when I came in. Okay, this one got blood on it. So stay with him. I'm not sure if he doesn't know.
I'm gonna wait.
Yeah, you don't know that guy. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where's the gun.
On the bed.
Firearms right here. Leave them right where they are. If that's where we found them.
We moved them away.
All right, that's fine.
They were on the better end. We have a knife right there. Yeah.
Hey, Sarge, what's up? You want us to escort him outside? Yeah, right now they're working, so we're gonna be coming. So, I'm not sure. We're not working. No. Well, I'll get him out. So one thing is, all right. Is he gonna be okay? Want to move or go? Yeah. All right. We're gonna move
We got a knife here.
Yeah. Is there kids down there? Kids around the way. Go outside. We're clear the rest of the house. Okay.
You guys want me to go with them?
If you want to go with it, that's fine. Zach, stay here.
All right.
You're with me on the rest of the house. What are we doing here? He's just saying we're gonna make sure no one else is hurt in the house. Okay. All right. We're gonna get something down there.
Okay.
Tenocht, I don't know. Maybe the guy is a detective. Maybe he maybe he left the police department. He's no longer a cop, so he can't wear the uniform. I don't know. So they start at 10 a.m. Jeez, those are bankers' hours, man. And right now, you guys, you hear all the cops talking back and forth. There's really not a whole lot here we're worried about, but we got to, it's part of the story. So, we'll be doing this. So here we go. We'll be getting in, the medical examiners today, and then, there's a lot happens today. So here we go.
How long did you stay in that bedroom after Christine Banfield was removed from the bedroom?
A couple of minutes at the most.
And where did you go when you left the bedroom?
Outside.
And who was with you?
Officer Hugh and Mr. Banfield.
And where did you go with them?
Initially, we walked outside, allowed the first ambulance to leave, and then Mr. Banfield was taken into a second ambulance.
And what was the purpose of taking him to the ambulance?
Just to check on him, make sure that he didn't sustain any injuries that we weren't aware of.
And did he receive a medical evaluation while he was in the ambulance?
The medics did check him out. Again, look for any injuries or anything that we might have missed initially.
And what, if anything, did you do while you were with him in the ambulance?
I searched Mr. Banfield.
Okay. I'm going to show you Commonwealth's 9A, and I'm going to ask that it be displayed only to the witness and to counsel. Do you recognize these items depicted?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you recognize them?
They were some of the items that I collected from Mr. Banfield.
And can you describe what they are?
It's 2 handgun magazines, a set of handcuffs, and a watch.
And do they appear in this photo in the same or similar condition to what you saw them in on February 24th, 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this point in time, I'm going to ask to admit Commonwealth's 9A, and this can be,
Sorry. No objection and publish.
it can be published to the jury. When you receive these items, what'd you do with them?
I placed them in a bio bag, is what we call it. It's a plastic bag from the paramedics.
And who'd you give them to after you packaged them?
I relinquished them.
Nothing's happening in
to
Iran. Don't worry.
Did you take anything else from him during the search?
Yes, ma'am. 2 cell phones as well as his jacket.
And the jacket, did that just pass through your hands to Officer Hugh?
Correct.
Did the defendant make any statements in the ambulance about the firearms that you had noted in the house?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did he say?
He claimed ownership of them.
Did he distinguish between the two of them in any way?
Yes, ma'am.
And how was that?
He said the one firearm was his duty weapon, essentially, and the other, the Glock 43X, is his personal weapon.
Okay. And the duty weapon, was there anything that he noted about the duty weapon to distinguish it?
It had a flashlight on it, a TLR. I don't remember the exact model number.
Did he have blood on his hands when he was in the ambulance?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you go next with the defendant?
When we were in the ambulance, it transported us to the rest of the hospital.
And when you arrived at the hospital, did he still have blood on his hands when you escorted him into the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
Was he handcuffed when you escorted him into the hospital?
No, ma'am.
Was he handcuffed at any point that morning?
No, ma'am.
Did the defendant make any statements about his daughter while you were with him in the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
What did he say?
I believe he said something about her being 4 years old.
And what, if anything, did you see him do while you were in the hospital room with him?
He washed his hands.
And before he washed his hands, had anyone swabbed his hands to preserve samples of blood that were on his hands?
No, ma'am.
Why'd you let him wash his hands?
I felt bad for him blowing his nose and wiping his face with his bloody hands.
And what, if anything, did you do next?
I assisted with anything the detectives needed on scene, and then went back to maintain scene security for the residents.
Okay. I am going to show you a few still pictures that are Commonwealth 7, 8, and 9. And if I could have them displayed just to the witness.
Can we make it 9B since you have a 9A?
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I meant for them to be, yes, it can be 9B, but I had them as 9 and then 9A, and I just took 9A first, but that's fine.
Okay.
It's 9 to 9A. She's 6 to 9.
Okay,
Yes,
yes, all right,
yep.
so 9 will have,
Yep.
that's fine, thank you.
So this picture is Commonwealth 7. I'm going to show you Commonwealth 8 and Commonwealth 9. Do you recognize these photos?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you recognize them?
They're still images from my body cam.
Okay. Judge, I'm going to ask to admit Commonwealth 7, 8, and 9. They're still photos from the officer's body cam.
Okay, just a minute.
And 8 and 9 should be on the scene.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so any objection to 79? So 7's admitted, 8 and 9 are admitted under seal.
Yes.
Okay.
And if we could publish 7 to the jury. And this view, is this a view of the door as you saw it coming into the house at first?
Yes, ma'am.
And this view here, is this a view that you had, the first view that you had of the defendant when you came into the room?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you tell what was on his hands here?
It appeared to be blood.
And this view here, what is this view?
It's a view of Officer Seffiani stepping on the knife.
Thank you. Judge, I don't have any further questions at this point for the officer. Mr. Carroll may have some questions for you.
Cross-examination?
Officer Beckner, do you have any idea what number entering the house you were of the Fairfax County Police Department?
I believe I was the fourth person in the house, sir.
Okay. Do you know who the first person in the house was?
I believe it was Officer Baumler.
Balmer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was Gibbons anywhere near you there?
I couldn't honestly remember where he was until I saw him inside the actual bedroom, sir.
Okay. And the body worn camera that we were just looking at, that was a 6-minute, was that a clip of your entire body worn camera?
It's a portion of it, yes, sir.
Okay. So, because I think if I recall, your body worn camera went for nearly an hour.
It went all the way through till we were instructed by detectives at the hospital that we were able to turn them off, and essentially they took over from there.
So, so some of those things that you answered questions to, like searching my client or taking items from him, that would all be caught on the body worn camera if it were allowed to continue?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, at any point in this process, was my client not willing to accommodate you with whatever you asked him to do?
He did everything I asked him, sir.
Okay.
If I'm understanding you correctly.
Yeah, that's okay. That's what I wanted to make sure. And so if you were advised to get swabs from his hands, you didn't expect there would be any problems with that, would you?
At that point in time, no, sir.
Okay. So just, if I recall correctly, in your body worn camera, the later portion, you're there when he's told by the chaplain at Reston Hospital that his wife had died, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you're talking about crying,
I
blowing
know,
his nose, it was after
but
that.
it's
Is that correct?
people mean well.
And so up until that time, he was in
Oh,
the
no.
original condition as you walked him out. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's fair to say he, based on your review of your body cam, he was very upset.
Yes, sir. He seemed pretty emotional at the time.
Okay. And after that, he went over or he was blowing his nose and he got blood on his face and things like that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's when you
we'll get to this.
acquiesced, I guess, to allowing him to do that.
Yes, sir. I was trying to be empathetic.
Yes. No, I understand. Was there anybody who told you not to do that?
No, sir.
Was there anybody who gave you any advice as you were the person who was supposed to be watching him from that point forward that would suggest that you would know that washing his hands was a problem?
Not at the time, no, sir.
Okay. Did you get any sort of instructions other than just have him in a separate ambulance than his wife?
I didn't even have that instruction, to be honest with you, sir.
Okay.
I mean, his wife was taken as quickly as she could to the hospital to receive treatment, so.
Understand. And what we just talked about would show on your further body cam.
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you've previously reported that you observed him have a panic attack within the room.
Yes, sir. Whenever his wife had left.
So if you could, just to give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury and the judge an idea, when you say panic attack, how did that show? How would that show to someone? Can you describe what you saw?
He seemed unable to walk and went kind of down to the ground to, I guess, steady himself.
Okay. And was that one of the reasons why he was taken in an ambulance to get checked out?
Again, we weren't fully aware if he had any injuries or anything like that. I believe in my body cam it shows that I asked him if he's okay, does he need anything? He said he was having some trouble with his right leg.
Okay. But that's not in what we have there.
Not in the clip.
Not in that clip. Okay. So if we watch the entire thing, we'd see that interaction.
Correct. It was
Okay.
As we were walking outside.
Wonderful. And were you present when the doctor addressed the spasms that were in his leg?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what did the doctor tell him?
I don't honestly remember, sir.
Okay. Now, Officer Sefion, as I understand it, Officer Sefion was the one who kicked the knife, correct?
He stepped on the knife.
Or it moved. After he stepped on it, it moved. I don't mean to suggest something more than that.
Yes, sir. He stepped on it with his heel.
And was that the original place where the knife was when you walked in?
I believe it to be, sir. Again, I didn't see it until I was taking the other gentleman's pulse.
Okay. That's right. And so you would have gone past it and you'd be looking back at it. Is that right?
That was the view that we saw.
And were you the first person to have walked in that direction toward where Mr. Ryan was?
I believe so, to the best of my knowledge.
Okay. You don't know what had happened before that?
No, sir.
And then when you, there's a point in the body cam video where there's someone in front of you. Do you know which officer that is?
Which time, sir?
It would have been the person who said something like, "Oh my God, that's his wife."
That was Officer Baumler.
Officer Baumler, okay. Just bear with me, sorry. Oh, and I'm sorry, Officer Sefian, did you observe Officer Sefian, or I know your body camera did you see it as well, moving Mr. Ryan's body parts around?
Correct.
Okay, what was it you observed?
He moved his hand so we could check for his injuries.
Okay. I don't have any further questions, Judge.
All right, redirect.
Judge, court's indulgence.
Yes,
Someone.
yes, ma'am.
I mean, guys, these guys really don't have a whole lot for us here. This is kind of like, I mean, notice there's no, like, bombshells. Like, this isn't going to be it. It's going to be, presumably, Michael Gibbons. I'm assuming he's, like, the detective involved. The medical examiner is probably not going to be that big a deal because, you know, the husband got, or the guy doing the rape got shot. The role-playing guy, you know, the bull, he gets shot. She gets stabbed. The wife gets stabbed. Not really a big deal there at the medical examiner. It looks like she only testifies like maybe under an hour. And then at the end of the day, we get into the au pair herself. So we're going to keep going here. Sure I didn't miss anything. How long is this trial expected to run? They said 3 weeks, but I can't imagine it goes that long. Stace said Fairfax County, Virginia is very rich. One of the richest counties in America. Very built up, very beautiful, but it is one of the top 10 counties in America. 6 of them are in Northern Virginia or suburban Maryland. This is in suburban Washington, D.C. So this, you know, Brendan Banfield is an IRS agent. So it's all glowies at this point now. Real quick, Chugi is saying aerospace closed are extended till 10:30 Eastern time. Ooh, interesting. Jasper the cat dude is saying, being a layman, how would you go about defending a client like this? Do you try to find procedural errors? I mean, you're going to find everything you can if there are, you know, it sounds like we're already talking about probably evidence being mishandled, but we're going to go after the fact that the nanny admits to shooting them and she got and it's not even like she got a good deal. That nanny, they gave her manslaughter, and apparently he's saying she got an offer of like no jail time for committing a murder and plotting a second murder. That's insane. That is an insane deal. Like, I can't imagine that. Although, to be fair, I got a guy who was involved in a murder, like 3 years in prison. So I get it to an extent, but like no jail time at all. Wow. You're going to go after all that. You're going to go after all that and pin the murder on someone else. You know, if they don't cross their T's and dot their I's, you will be persnickety about every little thing. But I think the biggest thing is they're going to go after the nanny on this. Also, you're saying rest in peace, Taco Supreme 7000 and your weird kink. Yeah, well, hey, you know, kinks be kinking. But no, thank you for that, Jasper. But yeah, this is going to be really big. They're going to go after, you're going to have to go after maybe the investigation. So like the detectives involved and also the nanny. I can't imagine you go after it. Like, this guy's not going to help you. The medical examiner's not going to help you. A lot of this stuff, the prosecutor just has to lay foundation for evidence. And the defense isn't stipulating this stuff. So make them work for it. Make them work for it. So I hope, Zaxarian says technicalities suck. Many of those technicalities are like the 4th Amendment, the 5th Amendment, the 6th Amendment. So they're pretty big fucking, it's like the law of gravity being a technicality. It's a foundational technicality. So I hope that makes sense there, Jasper, if I answered your question. Yes, it's very affluent. Yeah, it's very, very affluent. And then real quick, this is just because it popped up. Rabbit says, what's your opinion on property rights versus 2A rights? Property rights, uber alles. I don't have to let you, like, if I have a place, if I have a building, if I have a business, if I have a property, my property rights are paramount. I have a bundle of rights. In law school, they talk about it as a bundle of sticks. I have the right to do whatever. I almost have the right to, by owning that property or having access to that property, I have the right to include and exclude. It's one of the most fundamental pretenses of property. So yes, you can say I don't want people with guns on my property. You have that right. You have that right, and you should have that right. You know, without private property rights, what do we got? So no, just because you're carrying a gun. Now that said, though, concealed means concealed. So if I carry a gun on a property and you don't know, well, oh well. So I hope that answers your question. Gun rights are property rights to an extent. Yes, but she has not been sentenced yet. She gets sentenced after the trial's over. So here we go. Fernando says, why can't you exclude gays? Because the government sucks. And they won't let you truly enjoy your property. But that's a governmental problem. Yeah, J-Rock, they did offer a time served at one point, it sounds like, based on the defense attorney. But we'll get to that. We'll get to that. We'll get to her here. Let's catch up on this.
Nothing further, Judge. All right, is this witness subject to recall? Not from us, Judge. Yes, that's fine. Oh, sorry. So, okay, maybe we could figure. Okay, so sir, you're subject to recall, so you're free to go today, but you might be called again in this case, so you cannot talk to anybody about this case and do not do any research and avoid news about this case, okay? You still have the rule of witnesses in place, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Yes, ma'am. Judge Lieutenant Gibbons. Lieutenant Gibbons.
Michael
And how are you currently employed?
I'm a lieutenant with the Fairfax County Police Department.
And how long have you been with the police department?
I've been a police officer for 9 years.
And how were you employed on February 24th, 2023?
I was the Days A sergeant of the Reston squad for the
And-
Fairfax County Police Department.
Were you on duty that day?
I was.
Were you in uniform and displaying your badge of authority that morning?
I was.
And is your department issued uniform equipped with body worn camera?
It was.
And can you tell us how your body worn camera works?
Body worn cameras are activated either manually or automatically upon activation of emergency lights and sirens, firearm being removed from the holster, or a taser also being removed from the holster or activated.
And at the end of the day, what happens with your body worn camera?
They're put into a dock so they can be uploaded.
And Lieutenant Gibbons, drawing your attention to the morning of that date, February 24th, 2023, did you respond to a call for service that day?
I did.
And where did you respond?
I responded to 13230 Stablebrook Way, which is in Herndon, part of Fairfax County.
And can you describe the neighborhood as you saw it on that day?
Residential neighborhood in Fairfax County. That house is located at the end of a street with a shared driveway.
And when you responded to that address, what if any vehicles were in the driveway of the home that you responded to?
There were 2 vehicles in the driveway. There was a Jeep SUV and a Volkswagen SUV.
And did you note anything else about the home that you responded to?
Typical Fairfax County neighborhood. Houses are relatively close together.
And upon arriving at that location, what'd you do?
I grabbed a blowout kit or a medical bag from my police cruiser, grabbed that, ran up to the residence, where I was instructed that the medical supplies were needed up in the master bedroom of the residence.
And did you respond to the bedroom?
I did.
And what did you see when you went into the bedroom?
First glance, I saw a female that was nude.
Yes, it's the Johnny
covered in
Depp
blood,
judge.
laying on her left side with a gentleman standing over her with bloody hands. There was an officer rendering aid to her, and then multiple officers surrounding the bed, gathering medical supplies.
And do you recognize anyone from that scene here today?
I did.
Who?
The defendant.
And can you point him out and describe something that he's wearing in his hair color?
What appears to be a black suit, brown hair.
Judge, I'd ask the court to recognize that Lieutenant Gibbons has identified the defendant.
All right, the record will so reflect.
And when you went into the bedroom, what did you do?
I immediately opened the medical bag. A chest seal was requested from the officers, so I opened that up. immediately applied pressure and the chest seal to the female.
And did fire department personnel ever arrive?
They did.
Why are you hanging out
And
dealing
what
with
did you
this?
do after the fire department arrived and relieved you?
Because it was a crowded space with a lot of people, I went into
Go
the
watch
bathroom,
AI.
which is where
Go
the
to your
bathroom was.
AI music.
And what did you do
Or-
in the bathroom?
I stood there, kept him separated, and spoke to him briefly for a few minutes.
So you had some conversation with him?
I did.
And what did you ask him?
I asked him first if he was injured, to which he replied no. And then I asked him how long they had been down.
And what was his response when you asked how long they had been down?
He said, I followed up that question with, since you called, to which he replied, she called. She had to find her phone. My hands were covered.
And did he ever ask about his wife or Joe Ryan?
He first asked, does he have a pulse? To which I believe I replied, I'm not sure, or I don't know. He did follow up with, is she breathing, or is she going to be okay, is what he said.
And did he say anything about his daughter?
Later in the conversation, it was mentioned that there was a child in the residence. He did ask about her, and I advised him that the au pair had gotten her out of the house.
And how long do you think that your conversation lasted with him in the bathroom?
Not more than a few minutes.
And what happened after the two of you spoke in the bathroom?
After we spoke, the fire department was carrying the female out of the residence. So I had two officers ready to escort the defendant out, to which he started to become upset. And we waited a minute so he could collect himself, and then they escorted him outside the residence.
Okay. At this point in time, I am going to ask for Commonwealth 10 to be displayed to the witness and to counsel only. So if you look at your screen, can you tell me if you recognize what Commonwealth's Exhibit 10 is?
My body camera footage from that event.
And have you had a chance to review this before today?
I have.
And is the video that we see, that we're going to see, is it a fair and accurate depiction of what you initially saw and did that morning as you responded to this call for service?
It is.
Judge, I'm going to ask the court to admit Commonwealth 10. I'm going to ask that it be played to the jury and counsel only, and I'm going to ask for it to be sealed.
All right. Any objection?
No objection. No.
All right, 10 is an evidence under seal.
I don't know where the shooter is yet. They're working on that. No, not the shooter. I think it's upstairs.
Where do we block it? She's got in the 4-year-old.
Okay. Where you at? Left or right? I think chest seal on her. How's he? We're going to play right now.
Just stay there. Stay there. There's another one behind me.
Open this up over. Yeah. Go. What do we need? Chest seal? We got behind me. Yeah. Exactly.
He's breathing, so chest seal.
We got one guy up here. Two guns on stab wound. One female small stab wound.
Someone do this for me. I got one hand tied up now. Up this way.
We'll just go in the tub.
Go sit in the tub. He's in the bathroom. Up here. Where do you need chest seal?
He's down in the net.
Multiple bathrooms down in that. Ready? As soon as I let go. Come for it. Ready? Go for it. You missed one. Chest seal.
Get another one. There's another half.
Ready?
Go for it. Yeah. Hold it down. Let's work on her. Finish. It's just fucking hard. Just sit in the tub. Just sit in the tub.
You need another chest seal?
Yeah, what do we have? Just whatever you. Hey, get another. Hey, LT, get more blowout kits. Is there anything else that we know of other than this?
This one we got behind me.
On this female.
I don't know. I do not know. I have the defense wound to the hand, but.
Just leave it. Where is it?
Okay.
Yep.
Since we got this time, wait for the next, and you talk with him. Shoot him.
Do we have a pulse on anybody?
I can feel him breathing.
Hey, do you have a pulse on him?
No.
No pulse. Okay, so we have
CPR, go ahead. CPR.
Yeah, if you don't have anything, start going. Start doing. This one apparently has a pulse. Multiple stab wounds to the neck.
Thanks. Where is he? To the right, we have a pulse. Multiple stab wounds to the left. You did CPR. I felt the pulse when I was holding that.
We have multiple chest seals on the neck. We don't know if we have right here. Multiple stab wounds to the neck. Chest seals.
Yes.
Don't know if we actually have them.
Don't know if it's one on the other side. I don't know.
Okay, she's still breathing. We can feel blood moving. We can see her. We can see her cheek.
Yeah, we're gonna get her. Get down. You do this.
Yeah, this. Keep breathing over here. Keep breathing.
Here.
That's why we're moving. Have him take him downstairs. You got to Are you hurt? Do you have injuries?
Sorry, I don't think so.
I don't know. Okay, stay where you are. Stay where you are. Nothing.
So what's the story?
Do you live here?
This is my house. This is my wife. I don't know him.
You don't know him. This is your wife.
The other woman is our au pair.
Where is she?
I don't know. I don't know.
How long have they been down?
It's right there.
How long?
right when you called us?
She called. She had to find her phone. My hands
Okay.
were covered.
You're gonna stay right here with me until we get this sorted out a little bit, okay? You don't have any injuries that you know of? Okay, all right. He doesn't know. That's your wife. She's not one. No, so he's. Yeah.
You don't know that guy at all?
He's a shooter.
Yeah.
I know. I'm trying to figure out where's the gun currently. Leave them right where they are. If that's where we found them.
We moved them away.
All right, that's fine. Just. Where do you want? Okay. You know, just have a seat. We're gonna close this door. This way they can work. If you guys are good right there.
Hey, Sarge,
What's up?
you want to escort him outside?
No, right now they're working, so we're gonna let them work.
Does he have a pulse?
I'm not sure. Not working. Okay. Okay. So once they, is she gonna be okay? We're gonna let them work for a minute. We're gonna let them do what they need to do. We'll just get you downstairs. Hey, Stephanie, or here, very closely. We're gonna escort him down. Just don't touch anything. Let's look on my side. Let them go first. I thought they were gonna.
Yeah. Is there kids down there?
My daughter's here. I don't know if
I think the owner got her out.
We'll go with that's fine. Zach, stay here. You're with me.
Hold on. What are we doing here?
He just said we're gonna make sure once it's in the house.
Okay, all right. We're gonna get husband downstairs. Can you need a second? Have a seat. Just right now. Have a seat. He's starting to lose a little bit. Hey, boss, can we get one of you guys?
Yeah, I got more units here. We'll check in out.
He's starting to break down a little bit.
If we could terminate the view. And then at some point after the view that we just saw, did the defendant leave the bedroom?
He did.
And who was left in the room with you when he left?
First, it was 2 personnel from the fire department, and then a third joined us.
And when you were in the bedroom after the defendant had left, were there any firearms, unsecured firearms in the room?
There were 2 unsecured firearms located on the bed.
And did you make any observations about the state of the bedroom when you were speaking with the firefighters?
Yes, I noticed a man stated that the blood appeared to have been there a while. It appeared that it had been soaked into the carpet.
Okay, real quick, for those of you guys, Spud Gun, I know you're in Britain. I'm going to bring this up for all of our European and non-American people. This is the state of Virginia right here. Right here is Virginia. Oh, okay, I'm not leaving the peninsula in. Then this up here is West Virginia. Okay? That's West Virginia. Where we're talking about is Fairfax County, and this is in Northern Virginia. This is literally right on, like, Washington, D.C. Like, if you draw the lines, it goes, like, if Washington, D.C., like, is drawn properly, like its original boundaries, this is Washington, D.C., the original square. Fairfax County runs right along the Potomac River. This is Fort Belvoir. That is a massive military installation. If you come out here, this is Loudoun County, Virginia. This is where they were having all the kids, the boy in the bathroom who was assaulting girls at the school. In Loudoun County schools, we probably heard about that with some other people. This is Northern Virginia right here. When you see Manassas, this is actually the Battle of Bull Run. So just so you understand what we're talking about, this is some of the swankiest real estate and some of the swankiest places to live in America. Outside of like the Hamptons, it is a lot of fucking money here. A lot of government workers, a lot of older money too. Like Herndon is where this happened. You know, you have a lot of people who have been living here forever. There, McLean up this way, Tyson's Corners, Fairfax City itself. Right over here, you have Alexandria. You have Arlington, where the cemetery is. Like, it's a lot of stuff here. You have Bull Run. That's where all the stuff is here. Then also Dulles International Airport is like right there. So if you're trying to figure out where we are, that's where we're at. As far as things are concerned. If you're wondering where the mountains are in Virginia, what you're trying to see is there are mountains, and I'm trying to, we have a terrain model. Here we go. Good. This is what you're thinking of when there's mountains in Virginia. It's way over here along the West Virginia border. You have like the Shenandoah Mountains, and you have like the Shenandoah River Valley. I mean, and you have all of this here. in the Appalachian Mountains. Like this is the Shenandoah River Valley. But yeah, that's maybe what you're thinking of, Spud Gun. So there you go. That's kind of where we're at, if that helps at all. When you're trying to figure out what's going on and what we're looking at, this is everything we're dealing with. And I hope that makes sense. Tiefenlaw Law says, what's a key party? Ask your mother. I'm not telling you. Also, just outside of this area, guys, is Quantico, Virginia. That's where the FBI Academy is. That's where the Marine Corps does like officer candidate school. That's a significant base here. And then over on this side, not far away is the Naval Academy in Annapolis. Like it's very close to DC. Accokeek is where they used to make Beretta pistols when they first came in. That's where they were, stamped out of. But anyways, that's where we're talking about. Like it's literally, like you're right there, the Capitol building, the Navy Yard, all this stuff that, the Library of Congress, like it's literally right there, the White House, all that fun stuff. Yeah, that's what you're thinking of. Okay. Camp Perry for all us cool people. Well, Camp Perry is way up on the north. Camp Perry is the richest counties in the Appalachian Mountains are Ohio, Jefferson counties, and Western Virginia. Yeah. So, the NSA is in Fort Meade, Maryland. Like all that stuff is right here. But yeah, this is a very big area, very popular, very, like there's a lot. There's a lot of things here. Somebody said it's like 15 minutes to DC from like Herndon or McLean. It's like, are you going at like 3:00 in the morning? Because I've been there a lot before. It's not easy. It's not easy. It's not an easy drive. There are always a million fucking people. Somebody says like 15 minutes away. It's like, according to who? But anyways, let's get back to this. Also, if you're not sure, Spud got in our fellow non-Americans, Baltimore Murderland is not very far away. Not very far away from DC. Not very far away at all. Yeah, and then like it's all pretty close here. Then there's Charlottesville, where the blessed woman got run over by the white supremacist. It was all a good day. So Baltimore is a shithole, yes. 15 minutes away is across the street in DC, yes. So, anyways, that's just where we are. And because you guys are wondering, like I said, we are all the way over on the far side of Virginia. So here we go. Let's get back to this trial.
Started to dry in certain areas, and then there was a specific location near the female that appeared to be clotting or clumping together.
I don't have any more questions for you. Mr. Carroll is going to have some questions for you.
All right, cross-examination.
Officer Beckner, do you know, or Lieutenant Beckner, sorry.
Lieutenant Gibbons, sir.
Do you know what order you were there from the FCPD?
For the record, Lieutenant Gibbons, and I do not know.
I'm sorry, Lieutenant Gibbons. I apologize.
Okay. First handful, 5 or 6 maybe.
Okay. Do you know who the first person was?
Top of my head, I do not.
Okay. And so you essentially at the moment you got in, you took over kind of custody or observation of my client, correct?
So I took command of the scene inside.
I'm sorry, I can't.
I took command of the inside of the residence. That was my role.
Okay. And were you asked to do that?
No, that was my job as the squad sergeant.
Okay. So did you provide a chest seal or anything like that?
I did.
Okay. And then that's when you went into the bathroom and told him to sit on the bathtub and all those sorts of things? Correct. Okay. And that was, were you observing that he wasn't able to stand at that point? Or were you just saying, this is where I want you to be while this is going on?
So in patrol capacity, my firearm is located on my thigh. And the stance I was in while rendering aid, my right thigh was directly facing him into the doorway of the bathroom. So to prevent any access to a firearm, as he was identified as a shooter of the event, but also it was a very crowded space. So I determined the tub was a safe location for him to be either sitting in it, on it, outside of where we needed to work.
Okay, so he hadn't at that point experienced the issues regarding his legs that you saw later in your video?
Not that I noticed.
Okay, you didn't notice that. Now, the dispatch told you that he was the shooter?
I don't recall.
Okay.
If it was dispatcher, I know officers on scene made
Okay.
comments or statements that he was the shooter.
Okay. Did any of those officers or people on the scene tell you that he was also a law enforcement officer?
I don't think so.
Did you notice that he had magazines on his belt or
No.
handcuffs?
No.
Okay. You escorted him out, correct?
I did not.
Okay. Who do you remember escorting him out?
It was Officer Hugh was one of them.
Uh-huh.
And I don't know if it was now Sergeant Bell. He may have been the second officer.
Okay. Could it have been Officer Beckner?
Could have.
Okay. And were you aware that Officer Beckner in the ambulance took 2 magazine cases? I may not know the term, and handcuffs and a Garmin watch. Did you know that was taken from him?
I was aware that 2 magazines and a watch were removed. I was unaware of any handcuffs.
Okay. So when was it you were became aware of that?
Once he was in an ambulance.
Okay. So you didn't realize he was a law enforcement officer until well after the heat of the moment.
I don't think at that point I even knew he was a law enforcement officer.
Okay. And so is it fair to say dispatch didn't communicate any of that information, or would you have missed it if it was communicated?
There's always information that potentially gets missed, especially on a high priority call where you're trying to get to a residence or a scene as fast as you can to render aid and try to save a life. So if they did, and it was voiced or written in the CAD, I did not notice.
Okay. And have you reviewed your CAD or any of those records from that day?
I reviewed my body camera footage. I did not review the CAD comment, the CAD event.
Now, is the body cam footage that we just saw, is that a portion of it or is that all of it?
That's a portion.
Okay. And how many more minutes are there that we didn't see?
Without looking at the timestamp, a couple minutes.
Okay. When do you recall? So I think Ms. Bristler may have asked you about how the body camera works and how it gets started. How does it get shut off?
Usually manually, unless it runs out of battery.
Okay. Did you run out of battery?
No.
Okay. So manually you shut it off at some point.
Correct.
How long after the last scene we saw in that audio or video clip was it?
A few minutes.
Okay. No. Would it have been? Do you know where it would have been?
After the defendant was in an ambulance, and I was told that there were 2 magazines and a watch removed from this person.
Okay. And then you shut it off?
Correct.
Okay. I got you. Now, your observations that you made regarding the room, do you have training in those observations?
As a law enforcement officer, we're trained to make observations, take note of things that will help investigators. I have taken numerous classes through our academy, one of which, I don't know the specific name of it, is involving blood specifically.
Okay. And so you knew what clotting looked like?
I knew what dry blood looked like, and I knew the blood as it was clumping. I don't know the technical term.
Okay.
I'm not an expert for that.
Gotcha.
But my observations at the time, that's what it appeared to be.
Okay. Your Honor, court's indulgence. Now, you had testified that he had asked about his daughter, which we hear on the body cam, and then you testified that he became upset and broke down. Was that simultaneous to that?
It was within probably a minute or so.
Okay.
Without looking at the camera.
Do you remember?
I remember it all being very close to each other, or close together. The scene as a whole, although it's multiple minutes, in your head.
And did you say anything to allay his concerns about his daughter, like she was with the nanny or with another officer or anything like that?
Yes, I did. I told him that I believe the au pair had gotten her out of the house.
Okay. And you'd heard that from others?
Yes.
Okay. Did that seem to work with regard to him being upset?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Did that seem to work? That the fact that you said that he had broken down?
No, it didn't change his demeanor. It didn't make him happier. That's what you're looking for.
Well, I'm just curious what you saw.
He was upset. He was visually upset.
Excuse me.
All right, redirect.
Court's indulgence for 1 moment. Judge, I don't have any further questions. He is not subject to recall for us.
No need for recall.
Okay, so you're free to go. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm going to explain this once real quick. So Brendan Banfield fell in love with his au pair, his nanny, that him and his wife had. They hatched a plan to kill her by staging a rape. The way they staged the rape was they found some guy online on FetLife, which is a big kink and fetish website, and they tricked him into thinking that they were the wife. And they said, like, come over, I have a rape fantasy, and rape me. So their plan was, and this is how they treated it, they came, like, they left the house while she was home. He comes in and thinks he's enacting a rape fantasy. Obviously, the wife doesn't know that's the case. They come in, he comes in and saves the day and shoots the guy in the head. It frames him and sets him up. And then he takes the knife that the guy playing rape had, it stabs his wife to death. That's the theory of the case. So, yeah. It's not that complicated. Katie says, I know all about that website. Well, how do you think I met your husband? So.
Next witness?
Judge, the next witness I have is Dr. Kessler, Your Honor. This is going to be a longer.
Why don't you approach on me?
So this is going to be the medical examiner here, chat. And there's going to be a break. And look at this, chat. We all gas, no brakes. All gas, no brakes. Look at that. We are just burning through this. And that's the neat part. So here is Megan Kessler. She's the assistant chief medical examiner. Anyways, T from Laos. I hope that makes sense. So here is bad guy. Here's the husband. Here's the wife, and here's the nanny. So they wanted to have a relationship, and they wanted to get rid of her. That's what happened. So.
Given that
If they're not sealed, they go.
we made,
That's it.
yes.
Okay.
Last name for the court record, please.
Yes, Dr.
This ultimately is not going to be a big deal because we already know she got shot, she got stabbed to death, and the guy got shot. We're not really there yet. So, not really a big deal. Let's keep going.
Megan Kessler, Meghan, Kessler, Kessler.
And what is your profession?
Chat, we need to go back. Hold on.
Megan Kessler, Meghan, Kessler, Kess.
That's a lot of Ks. No! Court TV, what are you doing? No, you can't do that.
SLER.
And what is your profession?
I'm an assistant chief medical examiner, also known as a forensic pathologist.
And what is a forensic pathologist?
A forensic pathologist is a type of doctor who is specialized in pathology, which is the study of disease, and then further subspecialized in forensics, which is the study of disease as it relates to law and medicine.
And where do you work?
I work for the Commonwealth of Virginia, Office of the Chief Medical Examiner at the Northern District Office in Manassas.
And how long have you been with that office?
Approximately 9.5 years now.
And where did you work before you joined the Virginia Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
Just prior to coming to work in Virginia, I completed a fellowship program with the state of Maryland.
And what is your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology from the University of Richmond. I graduated from medical school from the Kentucky College of Osteopathic Medicine. I completed an anatomic pathology residency program with Penn State, after which I completed a subspecialty fellowship in forensic pathology with the state of Maryland Office of the Chief Medical Examiner and became board certified in anatomic pathology and forensic pathology.
And are you a medical doctor?
Yes, I'm a DO.
And you said you were board certified. Could you tell us how board certifications are required?
To become board certified, the requisite training, years of education is required, as well as obviously taking an examination and continuing education to recertify.
And do you belong to any professional associations?
I do not.
Have you provided any training or educational presentations to others in your field?
Yes, I regularly am involved in training pathology residents from Walter Reed and the University of Virginia, pathology assistant students from Old Dominion University, other interns, forensic fellow within our agency, local medical examiners, and others.
What kind of training did you go through with the medical examiner's office when you arrived?
After I arrived, I'm required to maintain my dual board certification in anatomic and forensic pathology, also my state licensure in medicine, and the continuing medical education that's required.
And what do you do as part of your job as a forensic pathologist at the medical examiner's office?
My primary duty is to complete autopsies to determine cause and manner of death and collect evidence and write reports as related to that.
And have you testified as an expert in the field of forensic pathology in a court of record before?
Yes,
And have you done so in Fairfax County? Do
I have.
you know how many times?
I'm not sure in Fairfax. Within the Commonwealth of Virginia, it's at least 50 times, and likely a majority are in Fairfax.
At this point, Your Honor, I would offer Dr. Kessler as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
I have no objection.
No objection? All right, she'll be so offered. Thank you.
And did you perform an autopsy on the bodies of Joseph Ryan and Christine Banfield?
Yes, I did.
And prior to the performance of those autopsies, where were the bodies of Joseph Ryan and Christine Banfield kept?
After they arrived at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, they were intake and put into a cooler within our secure facility until the time of autopsy.
And before you performed each of their autopsies, did you break open the seal of the bag containing each body?
Yes, both bodies, the transport bags, were sealed with a wire seal for the zippers.
Before we discuss the particulars of each autopsy, did you prepare a report documenting your observations and findings?
Yes.
Okay. What I'm going to do is I am going to ask for Commonwealth Exhibits 11 and 12 to be displayed to the witness and counsel only. And I am also going to pass out paper copies to the witness, if I could, please.
You've seen these, Mr. Carroll, correct?
I think I have a copy. I just wanted to look at it.
Do you need to look at them?
I mean,
Go ahead and review them. to make sure.
It's the redacted.
It's the, yeah.
oh, okay. It's good to meet you.
All right.
Okay. So I'm first going to show you on the screen what has been marked as Commonwealth's 11 and ask you if you recognize it.
Yes, may I scroll through?
Yes, I think. It's also, you have a paper copy of it in your hand.
We'll do that. Yes, I have a copy of this CME1 report of investigation, my autopsy report, my handwritten notes from autopsy, and a copy of the certificate of analysis, the toxicology report.
And now I'm going to show you Commonwealth's Exhibit 12 and ask you if you recognize this exhibit. It's the other paper copy that you have.
Yes, there is a CME1 report of investigation, a copy of the death investigator scene report, a copy of my autopsy report, a copy of my handwritten notes from autopsy, as well as the certificate of analysis, the toxicology report.
Okay. And are these your autopsy reports from your examination of Joe Ryan and Christine Banfield?
They are.
Okay. And Judge, at this point, both exhibits I would ask for to be entered as Commonwealth's 11 and 12. They should be sealed.
If we could approach this for a moment.
All right, chat, let's skip ahead.
Time of death.
No.
And why are you unable to determine a person's exact time of death?
To be short, the science is unreliable and not quite there. There's a lot of different factors, including why somebody has died, what physiologically is going on inside of them that change things that happen after death. There's a lot of things in the circumstances and the environment around them, the temperature, the light, the airflow that can change the rate at which things change after somebody has died. So it makes it difficult and unreliable to pinpoint an exact moment that somebody has died.
And when you perform an autopsy, what does that entail?
An autopsy is a comprehensive examination of somebody after they have died. It is documenting as they are received. It is documenting things externally, so as simple as hair color and eye color, any injuries on the outside of their body. Then an incision is made and an internal exam is completed, documenting any natural pathology, any injuries on the inside of the body as well.
And do you take photographs when you perform an autopsy?
Yes.
And did you take photographs during these autopsies?
Yes.
I'd like first to talk about the autopsy of Joe Ryan. Were you able to determine his height and weight?
Yes.
And was his body clothed when you began your exam?
Yes.
After documenting the clothing, what did you do with it?
The clothing was removed, photographed, and packaged and transferred to law enforcement.
And did you take any physical samples from his body?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe what physical samples you took and what you did with them?
What's called a PERC kit was completed, which is a physical evidence recovery kit. It's something that consists of specific samples to include head hair, swabs from the oral cavity of the mouth, the underwear, comb of the pubic hair, pulled pubic hair, genital swabs, and anorectal swabs. Also a sample of blood on a blood card and fingernail clippings. In addition to that hurt kit, I also did swabs of the palms and the backs of the hands and fibers from one of the hands as well.
And what did you do with these samples after you finished collecting them for the physical evidence recovery kit?
I placed them in sealed bags and transferred them to law enforcement.
And can you describe for the jury what your physical findings were from the examination of Joe's body?
He had 2 gunshot wounds.
And where were those 2 gunshot wounds located?
There's a gunshot wound of the head. The entrance was on the right side of the head. And there was a gunshot wound of the chest, which with the entrance on the left side of the chest.
I am going to first show you Commonwealth 13, and I'd ask that to be displayed to the witness and counsel only at this point. And Judge, as we described, these photos are sealed.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize this photo?
I do.
And how do you recognize it?
It's a photograph from autopsy that has the ruler with the case number N2023-00363 on it.
And what does the image depict?
It is a right profile view of Mr. Ryan's head.
And is it a true and accurate depiction of the wound as you saw it when you performed Joe Ryan's autopsy?
Yes.
Judge, I'd ask to admit this as Commonwealth 13 and publish it to the jury.
Any objection?
No.
All right, 13 under seal to the jury.
Can you tell the jury what is meant by the terms entry wound and exit wound as it pertains to a wound caused by a bullet?
An entrance wound is where a bullet enters the body. An exit wound is where it might exit the body and leave the body.
And were you able to tell if this wound to Joe Ryan's head was an entry or an exit wound?
Yes.
How can you tell that this bullet was an entry wound?
It's an entrance wound. It has a characteristic round appearance with an abrasion to the edges of it. And also, there is no exit. A bullet was recovered from the wound path within his head.
And what means, if any, exist that would inform a medical examiner's determinations regarding the distance from which a person had been shot?
When a gun is fired, not just does the bullet leave the muzzle, soot, dirt, debris, there is burning gunpowder flakes that are leaving the muzzle as well. And if the gun's fired close enough to the person, the skin, it can be deposited and cause some characteristic injuries on the skin. If it's fired from farther away, those particles are light enough that they kind of drop out and they don't leave any evidence.
Were you able to make any determinations about the physical distance between Joe and the person who shot him from your examination of this head wound?
Based on this examination, the distance is indeterminate. There's no evidence of soot or stippling on the skin of the wound.
And in relation to where the entry wound is located, can you tell us where and how the bullet traveled after entering Joe's head?
The bullet entered the skin on the right side of the head, injured muscles of soft tissue, the skull, the facial bones, the bones around the eye, the right eye, and the left cheek, and caused fractures of the base of the skull, bleeding on the brain. And it traveled from right to left, back to front to back, and downward.
And given the path of travel of the bullet through those areas, which of Joe's bodily functions might have been impacted or would have been impacted, and how?
It is causing, the wound path caused bleeding on the brain, which is an injury of the brain. It impacted his eye. He can no longer see, he has no eye. There's evidence that there was breathing of blood, hemoaspiration, and swallowing of blood.
And what if any effect would you expect this injury to have on a person's ability to see, speak, or make vocal sounds?
So the injury, the gunshot wound path injures the right eye. The left eye is still intact. He could see, potentially. To be able to speak or make noises, the injury is not of his larynx where the vocal cords are, where the sounds are generated, so potentially could still make noises. There's no physical injury of that area.
And in the course of your work as a medical examiner, are you able to quantify in terms of time the speed at which a bullet wound would be able to kill someone?
Sometimes.
And can you describe those temporal differences? How you would describe them?
There are times when I can say a wound is immediately or instantly fatal, and that's typically when it's an injury that disconnects the brainstem and the head, ceasing breathing and heart functions. This wound is still intact. This wound is considered rapidly fatal, meaning seconds to minutes, injuring vital structures of the body with some survival.
And given that you found no exit wound caused by this bullet, were you able to locate the bullet, and where was it?
Yes, a bullet fragment was recovered from the left cheek, just in front of the left ear, and bullet fragments were also recovered through the wound path in the head.
And what did you do upon locating this item in Joe's head?
The bullet fragments were photographed, placed into a bag, and sealed and transferred to police.
And at this point, I'm going to retrieve Commonwealth's Exhibit 14. I'm going to pass out, if I could, what I'm identifying as Commonwealth 14. And I'm going to ask if you're familiar with that exhibit.
Yes, I am.
And how are you familiar with it?
It is a bag containing my bag, which I sealed, and that bag contains a note card labeled fragments, my signature, as well as the fragments.
And is this exhibit in the same or substantially similar condition beyond the packaging as when you removed those from Joe's head during the autopsy?
It is.
And Judge, at this point, I'd ask to admit and publish Exhibit 14.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 14. How do you wish to publish?
Judge, we'll just leave it there at this point in
Okay.
time because I'm going to move on to
All right, that's fine.
a few other things and then we can publish a bit later.
Okay.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Commonwealth Exhibit 15 photograph, and I'd ask for this to be displayed to the witness and counsel only. Can you see the photograph?
Yes.
Can you tell us what this image depicts?
It's a photograph after Mr. Ryan has been cleaned up from his head down to his torso.
And how do you recognize it?
It also has the ruler with case number.
And is this a true and accurate depiction of this chest wound as you performed Joe Ryan's autopsy?
Yes.
Judge, at this point, I'd ask the court to admit this as Commonwealth 15, and this can be published to the jury.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 15 under seal and to the jury.
And was there any evidence present that would have helped you determine the distance between this injury and the firearm that inflicted it?
There was no visible soot or stippling around on the skin around this wound.
And when you examined his clothing, the clothing that...
I mean, at this point, there's not really a whole lot to believe, Bradius, because the guy's dead, he got shot in the face, and the wife got stabbed to death. I pretty much believe these. These are very uneventful witnesses till we get to the au pair and the detectives. This is the boring stuff here. This is the boring stuff here. So I'm sorry there's not a lot to talk about right now, guys. This is just kind of like meh. Like I told you, there's not a whole lot going on here. James says, did the husband shoot the guy? Yes. And then the nanny shot him as well. But the husband's shots probably would have been fatal.
That was present. Did you find any defects in that clothing that he was wearing when you began your exam?
Yes, there was a hole in the left side, the front side of the shirt.
Okay. I am going to show you Commonwealths 17, 18, and 19, their photographs. I'm going to ask for them to be displayed to the witness and counsel only at first. This is 17, 18, and 19. Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes.
And how do you recognize them?
They are photographs of the shirt, the first of which had the ruler.
And is this the shirt that you removed from Joe Ryan during his autopsy?
It is.
And are they all true and accurate depictions of the shirt as you saw it during the autopsy?
It is.
Judge, at this point, I'd ask the court to admit as Commonwealth 17, 18, and 19 the photographs of the shirt and then allow them to be published to the jury.
You want them under seal? So,
Judge, I don't think that these need to be under seal. There's nothing. Yeah.
okay, that's fine. Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 17, 18, 19.
So first showing 17, 18, and 19. And if we could terminate the view to the gallery at this point. Yes, thank you. I am going to show you Commonwealth's Exhibit 20, which is another photograph. And I'm going to ask for it to be displayed to the witness and counsel only. Can you see the photograph?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
It has the ruler with the case number and is a photograph of the middle section of Mr. Ryan's body before the clothing and medical intervention has been removed.
And is it a true and accurate depiction as you saw this view during the autopsy?
Yes.
And at this point, Judge, what I'd ask the court to do is admit Commonwealth's Exhibit 20, and I'd ask for this to be sealed.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right, 20 under seal, thank you.
And then you said before medical interventions were removed. Can you describe the medical interventions?
As seen in this photograph, there are 2 EKG electrodes on the lower portion of the abdomen. You can see one on the arm. There's also a chest seal, which is an adhesive seal over the gunshot wound on the left side of the chest.
And the chest wound, is the chest wound an entry wound or an exit wound?
An entrance wound.
And how do we know this?
It is round, has an abrasion, and a bullet is recovered from the body.
In relation to where the entry wound is located, can you tell us where and how the bullet traveled after it entered Joe's chest?
The bullet injures the skin, soft tissue, and the muscle, the rib cage, the pericardium, which is the sac that the heart resides in, the heart, the aorta, which is a major blood vessel coming off of the heart, and the outside of the esophagus, which is the food tube, to the stomach, and the T8 spine. The bullet traveled from left to right, front to back, and upward.
And given the path of travel of the bullet through these areas of Joe's chest and his upper body, can you tell us which of Joe's bodily functions would have been impacted and how?
The injury of the rib cage will impact breathing. Rib cage is needed for breathing. The injury of the pericardium in the heart puts a hole in the heart, so therefore it is now bleeding, leaking blood, and no longer pumping blood to the body effectively. There are holes in the aorta, which is a major blood vessel carrying blood, so now it is also bleeding. And there is injury of the T8 spine, the actual bone that the spinal cord is in, and the spinal cord itself is markedly softened, it's contusion, and bleeding around it, so it is also injured.
And given that that there's no exit wound that we've seen, were you able to locate this bullet?
Yes.
And what did you do upon locating the bullet?
It was removed and photographed and sealed and transferred to police.
Do you recall where in the body it was removed from?
It was removed from the T8 spine.
And at this point, I'm going to show you what's been marked, what I will identify as Commonwealth's Exhibit 21. Are you familiar with that exhibit?
I am.
And how are you familiar with it?
It is the bullet with the labeled card, bullet chest with my signature inside the sealed bag, which I sealed and initialed.
And is it in the same or substantially similar condition as it was when you removed it from
Yes.
Joe's body during the autopsy? And Judge, at this point, what I'd ask the court to do is admit this as Commonwealth's Exhibit 21.
Any objection? 21?
And Judge, if we could just simply allow the jury to see the exhibits, I can
Did
walk.
you want to do it with the document camera or?
I was just going to walk them around, or not.
I prefer the document camera if you could, it'd just be easier, but if you're concerned about it. You want to get into that there. You just have to touch the top button. There you
And,
All right, chat, we're going to skip ahead here. Let's...
these are the fragments that you recovered from the head, is that correct?
Yes.
And then, are you able also to see this on screen?
I am.
And is that the bullet that you recovered from the chest?
Yes.
Going to, these have been admitted. so- When you examined Joe's heart, was there anything about the structure and its injuries that was significant?
As I previously said, the bullet traveled through the heart. So now the heart is leaking, bleeding, and is no longer able to effectively pump blood.
And are you able to make any determination about his condition when that bullet injured his heart?
There was 1,200 milliliters of blood in the left side of the left chest cavity, which is 1.2 liters. So with a hole in the heart, some blood will leak passively out. However, to get 1.2 liters of blood into the left chest cavity, there has to be some sort of a pulse indicating there is some survival for at least an amount of time.
And regarding the blood that was on Joe's face, did either the head wound or the chest wound result in that amount of blood on his face?
There's a gunshot wound to the right side of his head, and as is, when I received his body, there was blood from his nose, ears, and mouth. And that injury of the gunshot wound to the head injured the skull and the facial bones, which injured the sinus cavities and the airways. So it can result in blood coming out of the ears, nose, and mouth and onto the face.
And do you have a reasonable opinion within a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause and manner of death of Joe Ryan?
Yes.
And what are they?
The cause of death is multiple gunshot wounds, and the manner is homicide.
Now I'd like to turn to the autopsy of Christine Banfield. Were you able to determine I'll give you a moment to get situated. Were you able to determine, was she clothed when you examined her?
She was partially clothed with socks.
Did she have anything else on her person other than clothing?
Yes, there were glasses on the top of her head and her hair. She had a necklace around her neck. She had earrings in her earlobes, and she had 2 rings on her left fourth finger.
And were you able to determine her height and weight?
Yes.
After documenting her weight, her socks, jewelry, and glasses, what did you do with the items?
The personal effects were photographed and packaged and transferred to law enforcement.
I'm going to show you a photograph that I'm going to identify as Commonwealth's Exhibit 50, and I'd ask for it to be shown to the witness and counsel only at this point. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
It has the ruler with the case number on it.
And what is depicted in the photo?
It is the glasses after they were removed from the body.
And is it a true and accurate depiction of the glasses as they were collected from Christine at the time of her autopsy?
Yes.
Judge, I'd ask the court to admit this as Commonwealth's Exhibit 50 and publish it to the jury.
Okay, any objection to 50?
No objection, Your Honor.
50 in evidence.
Oh, sorry, Jeff.
And I'm sorry, you said these glasses were found where on her person?
The top of her head.
And at this point, could I ask for the gallery view to be terminated? Thank you.
With the jury also, correct?
Yes. Did you take any physical samples from the body?
Yes.
And can you describe what samples you took and what you did with them?
Yes. I also completed a PERT kit, a physical evidence recovery kit, which included the standard samples, head hair, oral swabs, underwear, combed pubic hair, pulled pubic hair, vaginal swabs, anorectal swabs, a blood card, fingernail clippings. In addition to the standard samples for the PERT kit, I also completed swabs of the palms, swabs of the backs of the hands, swabs of both sides of the neck, and swabs of each breast. And I removed various fibers from her body.
And what did you do with those samples when you collected them?
All of those samples were packaged and transferred to law enforcement.
And is there a particular, was that also in a physical evidence recovery kit?
Yes.
Okay. And if we could, let's talk about the physical findings from your examination. I'm going to direct you to page 6 of your report in the section titled Evidence of Injury. And Judge, if we could display Commonwealth's Exhibit 11 to the jury.
They're seeing it.
Okay. There it is. Okay. You described some of the wounds as cutting wounds and some of the wounds as stab wounds. Can you describe the difference for us, please?
By definition, both wounds are sharp force injuries, so some injuries that are caused by something sharp, like a knife. Stab wounds, by definition, are deeper than they are long on the skin, and cutting wounds are longer on the surface of the skin than they go deep.
And I am going to show you a series of photographs at this point, and if I could have the view now be to counsel and the witness only for this portion. I'm going to show you a number of photos that I'm going to identify by number as I move through them, and just ask you to look at them at this point. I've got Commonwealth's 22, Commonwealth's 23, Commonwealth's 24, Commonwealth's 25, Commonwealth's 27, Commonwealth's 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39.
It should be 39.
Sorry,
40.
sorry, not 38, 39.
Not 38.
Not 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, and 49. Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes,
And how do you recognize them?
they're all photographs of Ms. Banfield at the time of autopsy that have the ruler with the case number.
Judge, at this point, and are they a true and accurate depiction of what you saw as you performed the autopsy and took these photographs?
Yes.
Judge, at this point, I'd ask the court to admit the photographs, and then I'm going to talk about them and display them.
Judge, may we approach?
Yes.
All right, chat. Here we go. Sorry. Yeah. I mean, this is just documenting all the wounds and the evidence.
25. All right. So,
And this is just showing. This is more about just running up the score here. This is the gore score. You're showing these gruesome injuries, what happened to all these people, and how bad it happened. Chugi Show is saying there's apparently another ICE incident. Ooh, interesting. And Tachyon Black really wanted to quickly say, DC, if you want to get DC, is 45 minutes from Herndon. So basically, all the way across Fairfax County, like we showed, is 45 minutes with Easy Pass. And that makes sense. It's a congested area. It's really fucking congested. If you have to drive down the side roads in like McLean, for example, holy fucking shit. It's insane driving around those areas. If you're not on the highways. But yeah, guys, this is just, it's all boring. Like, I know this is boring here, but we got to get to the good parts here. So my apologies on this one, not being, yeah, it kind of sucks. But we'll get to the fun stuff here. So let's keep, Sweet Tooth, thank you. I appreciate it. I do my best. I will
enter into evidence then 22, 23, 24, 25, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, all entered evidence over the objection of the defendant and under seal.
Thank you. All right. Okay. If these can be published to the, okay, gotcha. Looking at Commonwealth's exhibits 22 and 23, can you describe where on Christine's body the stab wound appeared?
This is the left side of her neck, and it's a stab wound that's horizontally oriented on the left side of her neck with a cutting wound extending from the superior, which is the top aspect of the stab wound on the left side of her neck.
And going forward to 24 and 25, can you describe where on Christine's body this area of multiple stab wounds appeared?
Yes, this is the left side of her face and neck. I'm sorry, the right side of her face and neck. There are multiple stab wounds and cutting wounds in this photograph. There is a vertical stab wound depicted as letter C on my autopsy report, which injures muscle and goes to the bottom of her skull and causes a fractured notched defect. There are 3 stab wounds on the left side of her neck that you can also see in this photograph. They're closely oriented and on the skin. The wound paths commingle, meaning overlap underneath the skin and the muscle in her neck. And they injure the left jugular vein, which is a major vein in the neck, the right carotid artery, and the larynx, which is the breathing tube, the epiglottis, the esophagus. There is a stab wound at the anterior aspect as well, kind of towards the front of her face with a cutting wound, as well as an abrasion present in this photograph.
And can you describe the various depths of the wounds that we see here?
The wounds range from a quarter of an inch deep to up to 2.5 inches deep.
And what means or observations, given your training and experience, informed your conclusions regarding the number of stab wounds on the side of Christine's neck?
In terms of the number, I counted. And for the ones that are very closely oriented beside each other, I use my training and experience to reapproximate them, the elastic fibers in the skin, kind of pull them apart more so that I could reorient them to be able to kind of put them back together to see them better.
And are any of the wounds that you described on this side of her neck or the other, are any of them immediately fatal?
No, they're all rapidly fatal injuries.
And did you note any additional injuries to Christine's body during your exam?
Yes, she had abrasions and contusions about her body.
And you recorded those?
I did.
Before we move on to those, I am going to retrieve Commonwealth's Exhibit 26.
This is excruciating, chat. How can she, Libby? This is a good question. How does somebody like this laugh? I mean, I'm sure she's nervous in court. A lot of these doctors and whatnot are kind of autistic to start with. So there's a lot of nerves in this. There's that, but it's also, she sees dead people all the time. Like, this person got fucking, like, you know how many dead people she sees? It's like you reading expense reports at your job or whatever it is you do. Another day, another dollar. So, yeah. No big deal. Surprises, you're correct. Men will do all kinds of things for a crumb of pussy. As the saying goes, men have two heads, only enough blood to run one of them at a time. So it sure does creep. Yeah, I'm sure. Well, I'm sure she's probably a slightly autistic and creepy woman to start with. Yes. Yes, I'm sure she was a little weird as a child.
Move it from and then if Dr. Kessler, that item, Commonwealth Exhibit 26, as your.
That's the knife they stabbed that one. Oh God, that's a rough way to go. That's not an easy knife to get stabbed to death with. That is not an easy way to get stabbed to death. That's a rough way to go with a knife like that. Whoa, buddy. We need to rewind that just a hair. Here you go.
And then if
look at that. That is not an easily stabbing knife. No, it's still a kitchen knife, but that is a chopping, not a cutting knife. Like, yeah. That's a sheep's foot. Oh no. Imagine getting stabbed to death with that. That'd be fucking rough. Yeah, sentoku, yes. Yes, it's for vegetables or other things that can't where you don't necessarily need anything on the front end. Yes, it's a big blunt front ended knife. That's a bread knife. No, it's not. It doesn't have the serrations. Oh, there's another shooting in Minneapolis, it looks like. Matter of time. We might get to it. I don't know here, guys, but we're going to keep going here for now. Yes, getting in your neck. Yes. Libby says some power had to be behind those stabs. Well, when you're stabbing somebody, generally, you're trying to kill them, and he wanted to kill his wife, so I'm betting he fucking just... Like, he really wanted it to happen. Yes, protect your neck, as Wu-Tang tells you. So.
Dr. Kessler, that item, Commonwealth Exhibit 26,
rough.
as you're looking at it, is that item something that could have caused the wounds to Christine Banfield's neck?
Yes, it is a single-edged knife of a compatible size with the injuries on her neck.
And if we could display it on the document camera.
Sure.
the button on the top, if you could. There you go. There you go. There's a button that zooms in and out too if you need it. There you go.
Thank you. We can put it away for now. Okay. I would like to talk about some of the additional injuries that you noted in your report. The photographs that we're going to be looking at have already been admitted, but they are under seal. So we're looking at Commonwealth's Exhibit 27. Can you describe the injuries that are depicted in that photo?
In this photograph of the front of Christine's head and face, there is a abrasion on her forehead. There's an abrasion on her left eyelid. You can see abrasions on the left side of her chin.
And then moving on to 28 and 29, can you describe the injuries that we're seeing in these photos?
This photograph shows 3 abrasions on the left side of her chin.
And I am going to go back to 24, which we've seen before. Is there an additional injury that you noted that we can see in this photo?
Yeah. On the right side of her chin at the angle of the jaw, there are contusions, which are bruises.
And going forward to Commonwealth's 30, can you describe the injury that we see here?
And that is an abrasion on the underside of her chin.
And in Commonwealth's 31, can you describe the injuries additional to the stab wounds that we see?
There's an abrasion at the kind of the backside of the neck. There's a bruise on the top of the right shoulder.
And moving forward to 32 and 33, can you describe the injuries we see in these photos?
In this photograph, there is a cutting wound on the top of the left shoulder with 2 adjacent abrasions or scrapes.
And in Commonwealth's 34, can you describe the injuries that you see in this photo?
In this photograph, you can see a bruise on the front side of her right arm, the upper chest on the right side, and the left side.
And in Commonwealth's 35, go ahead.
Is another photograph of the bruise on the front side of her right arm.
And Commonwealth's 36 and Commonwealth's 37, can you describe this injury for us?
This is a photograph of a bruise on the inside of her right arm.
And looking at Commonwealth's 39, can you describe that injury for us?
And that is a more close-up photograph of the bruise on the front side of her right arm.
And Commonwealth's 40.
This is a photograph of her body from the right lateral, the side, which includes the bruise on the front of her right arm.
And Commonwealth's 41, can you describe the injury for us in this photo?
This photo shows a portion of the right hand, the palm, and the right forearm, and there are abrasions across the forearm.
And 42, Commonwealth's 42?
Is a bruise on the back side of the right hand.
And Commonwealth's 43, can you describe the injury in that photo?
This is the inside of the left arm, or the medial aspect, and it shows bruises.
And you say medial aspect, what's that part? What does that mean?
The inside side that's closer to your body.
And in Commonwealth's 44, what injury do we see here?
This is the front side of her right thigh, and there is a dark bruise and a fainter horizontal bruise across the front of the right thigh.
And in Commonwealth's 45, can you describe what injuries we're seeing here?
This is a picture of the left leg at the knee, and just below the knee, there is a bruise on the left leg.
And in Commonwealth's 46 and Commonwealth's 47, Can you describe the injuries that we see in those photos?
These are photographs of the front side of the right thigh. The first photograph is further away. The second is close up, again, of a bruise.
And in Commonwealths 48 and 49, can you describe the injury in that photo?
This is a photograph of the back side of her left leg and her calf. The first is a far away picture, and the second is a closer up photograph, also of a bruise.
When I was reading your report, I noticed that the abrasions are all described as orange or red. Is there any significance to orange and red abrasions?
The color red typically describes bleeding, or what we call vital reaction. So the body is perfused. There's blood in the capillaries and the blood vessels around that area. The heart is pumping, there's a pulse. Vital reaction are typically associated with red abrasions and injuries. Orange abrasions are a little more unclear. They can be what we call perimortem, which is at or around the time of death, or they could be postmortem, after death, and they are lacking that red vital reaction.
And I also noticed that the contusions or bruises are all described as purple, blue, pink, gray. Is there any significance to these colors?
As we're all well aware, bruises can come in a variety of colors. Typically, after a bruise appears, it can have different appearance on different people. And as a bruise breaks down and heals and ages, it can change colors. Typically, a bruise that is more than 24 or 48 hours, a bruise that is yellow or green is typically more than 24 or 48 hours. Just because a bruise isn't yellow or green doesn't mean that you can age it.
And so if you noted green or yellow contusions, would you be able to tell us how old those were?
That would be more definitive evidence of, yes, that is an older bruise.
So is it fair to say that the bruises that we see on Christine Banfield are not as old as a yellow or green bruise would be?
There are no yellow or green bruises, so therefore there is no definitive evidence of older bruises.
And I want to talk a bit again about the wound paths and the cutting wounds and the stab wounds on Christine's neck. Is there anything about their location on her body, their shape, their commingled nature that can tell us anything significant about her condition when they were inflicted?
Because they are closely oriented, the shapes are needed to be reapproximated, which could indicate movement by her or the assailant in the knife, which indicates she is alive.
And when you examined her respiratory system during the autopsy, what, if anything, did you find?
There's evidence of hemoaspiration, breathing of blood into the lungs, and swallowing of blood into the stomach, indicating she's alive.
And when you examined her gastrointestinal tract, what, if anything, did you find?
There's blood in her stomach from swallowing.
What is the significance of finding blood in the area where you found it?
It's from the injury of the upper airway and the esophagus, so the breathing tube and the food tube in the neck, and that blood is traveling down into the lungs and down into the stomach.
And I noted that the location was listed as the lumen. What does that mean?
That means inside the stomach.
And does the amount of bloody fluid have any significance?
There was 50 milliliters of blood in the stomach, so that's, some can travel passively, but that's how much was present in the stomach.
And do you have a reasonable opinion within a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause and manner of the death of Christine Banfield?
Yes.
And what is that?
The cause of death is multiple sharp force injuries, and the manner of death is homicide.
I don't have any further questions for you. Mr. Carroll is going to have some questions for you.
All right, cross-examination.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Now, basically, this is going to be, Cross can be like, you don't know who did what here, so. Yeah. Yes, the guy was shot, the wife was stabbed, so. Yeah, Angela, the guy, the one dude is poor. And I feel bad for him. He just wanted to get his dick wet, and he ended up getting killed for it. So that's the shame. He's like, oh boy, I get to pretend to rape a lady and get my freak on, and he died because of that. It's like, be careful. Be careful. No, we do hear some interesting stuff. We are going to hear some interesting stuff, I've been told, but this is not like, just take your time with this, guys. Oh my God, it is still snowing so hard. Whoa.
Good afternoon, Dr. Kessler.
Hello.
How are you? Sorry, I just need to get my act together a little bit, Judge. Dr. Kessler, looking at Joe Ryan's autopsy that you performed, there were injuries on one of his hands. I think we talked about it when we were in person. Do you recall discussing that?
Yes,
And what's the nature of those injuries?
there's on his left thumb, there's a bruise on the back side of it. There's a bruise on the palm side of the thumb with a cut or a puncture.
I'm sorry, what was the last part?
On the palm of the left thumb,
Okay.
There's a bruise with a cut, puncture injury.
Okay. And would that be consistent with the knife that you've viewed?
It could be.
Okay. Now, was there any sort of discussion as to toxicology with regard to Mr. Ryan? Did you do any sort of testing regarding that?
Yes, toxicology was completed.
And what, if anything, came out from his system at that time?
The toxicology was positive for THC, carboxylic acid, 11-hydroxy tetrahydrocannabinol, and was inconclusive for tetrahydrocannabinol in the blood.
In the blood?
Yes.
Okay. And so what would that breakdown of what you just testified to, what would that indicate to you?
Those are typically components of marijuana. However, I defer further questions regarding the toxicology to the toxicologist.
Okay. Would it be, well, then I don't want to put you on the spot and say anything about that. I won't ask that question. And tetrahydrocannabinol is either marijuana or a byproduct of marijuana, correct?
Perhaps.
Okay. And would it be within your bounds to be able to say that there was marijuana smoked prior to this time when they ended up in the Banfield house?
I can't say that.
Okay. But it was evident in the toxicology?
It's in the blood.
Okay. Now, in your dealings with the Commonwealth Attorney's Office, how many people did you talk to? Do you recall?
I don't recall.
Was there one person that was the person in charge of discussing things with you in the medical examiner's office?
There is typically a representative from the Commonwealth Attorney's Office who is assigned the case.
Okay. And do you know who you spoke to about this case?
This case is from 2023, so the Commonwealth attorneys have changed throughout the course in regards to this trial here today. I discussed the case with Ms. Bristler in the stands.
Okay. You talked to anybody else in the Commonwealth Attorney's Office?
Relevance, what's the relevance? You want to approach the
Yes.
All right, so here we go. Yeah, he did weeded. Yeah, he had like 3 whole marijuanas. Yes, so here we go. Here we go.
Dr. Kessler, is it true that the Commonwealth, not one of these ladies, asked you to speak to an outside private expert?
Yes.
And do you know when that was?
I don't recall the date or even the year.
Okay. And did you, sorry, Derek, may I approach? I just want to make sure I don't go beyond what you.
Interesting. So there was a medical expert that got consulted.
Did you make a call to that expert?
I did not make a call. I corresponded via email.
Okay. Did that correspondence in any way cause you to change any of the findings that you would otherwise find?
No, I had already made all of my findings and developed my opinions, and they have not changed.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
All right, redirect.
Actually, I'm sorry, I have other questions not on that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Dr. Kessler, in terms of the injuries to Christine Banfield, the injuries to the neck, do you have an opinion as to, I know you said rapidly, they were rapid, I forget the term you used.
I described them as rapidly fatal.
Rapidly fatal, yes, thank you. I want to make sure we got that. And these were the wounds that were on the neck.
Yes.
And I think you had said rapidly fatal was from seconds to minutes.
Yes.
Okay. And during that time of seconds to minutes, was there anything that would have hindered her ability to speak or say something?
There is injury of the larynx, the epiglottis, and the airway, perhaps.
Okay. So the possibility of speaking existed at that time?
I can't definitively say there, but I can confirm that there is injury of that area, not of her vocal cords, but injury of her airway and her larynx in the general area where sounds are made. But I can't tell you yes or no definitively if she could make noise or speak.
In communications, I guess in your contact with the police department, was there ever a request to determine if there was another knife?
I don't recall.
Were you ever asked for anything like that?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And is it fair to say then that the knife that you just presented to the jury was the only knife that you had any sort of contact with?
It's the only one that I recall seeing, yes.
Bear with me. On page 2 of your report for Christine Banfield, it says postmortem toxicology was positive for phentermine. Would that be something that would have been provided through emergency means, or do you have any way of knowing?
I have no way of knowing.
Do you know what phentermine?
Phentermine is a amphetamine. It's used as a weight loss drug.
Mine is?
It's typically a weight loss drug. I don't know why she had it.
Okay. It wasn't something that was.
So she was hopped up on meth, chat.
It wouldn't get administered as part of any sort of life-saving measures or anything like that.
Not that I was indicated to me.
Okay. Judge, I don't have any questions.
All right.
Any further questions?
All right,
Thank
now
you.
we can. Okay.
Judge, we don't have any redirect.
All right, is this witness subject to recall or is she free to go?
Judge, not for me.
Mr. Carroll, is this?
No, thank you, Judge.
Is she subject to recall?
No.
All right, you're free to go, doctor. Thank you. Have a good day. All right, I think this is ladies and gentlemen, I think this is a good time to take our afternoon break for 15 minutes. So we'll go ahead and take our afternoon break for 15 minutes. Again, don't talk to anybody about the case and don't do any outside research. Okay, we'll see you in 15 minutes, okay?
All right, chat. That was interesting, wasn't it? Yeah. Wasn't that part of Anna Nicole Smith death? Yeah. TJ Sneckers is how long are you streaming today? Well, I mean, we're only 3 hours in, but we're gonna finish this up today. So that's gonna be the game plan here. So I mean, some stuff happened, but let's
5, and we are the co-defendants next. Is that correct? So I'll get on the bench and we'll bring her out.
Okay, so they're going to be on a short break here. I will say Virginia has the most baller state seal ever. 6 semper tyrannis, thus always to tyrants.
I'm just going to wait for this.
This is going to be the au pair, the co-defendant. The nanny is going to testify next. Here we go. So you see her come walking in here. Here she comes. Notice what they told her. Keep your hands together. Like she's cuffed. They were not going to let her walk around freely.
Is
Now this is unique. This is how they do that. They brought her in first. So here we go.
Juliana Perez Magalhães.
All right, ma'am, if you could stand.
Thank you.
Look at that. Look at those fucking glasses. Look at those fucking glasses. Look at those fucking glasses. Holy shit. She looks a lot different in the pictures online of her, chat. Hold on here. She looks a lot different. Oh my god. Like her here, I'll bring up a picture of her real quick so you guys can see at the time this all happened, like, you know, this is Long Crimes thing of her, but like, you know, she was a bit of a look, like, I mean, she wasn't like, I mean, she looks a lot better than this. So, and then, yeah, I mean, here's actually a better picture. This is a better picture of the family. This is the Banfields, and then this is whatever the hell her name is in oh, she looks filtered. Of course she is. She's looking fat. Well, she's eating jail food all the time. I think she's stuck in jail or was stuck in jail. Yeah, if they made Daria as a Latina, oh my God, I get that reference. I used to love that show. So anyway, there we go. That's what's going on here. So that's who we're looking at. She looks a lot different than she used to. So here we go.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state and spell your name for the court record?
Yes, Juliana, Juliana, Perez, Beres, Magalhães, Magalhaes.
And how old are you now, Juliana?
25.
And do you know the defendant?
Yes.
What's his name?
Ryan Banfield.
When did you meet him?
Back in October 2021. 22.
When did you meet him? When did you meet him?
Well, can you specify? Sorry.
When did you first meet him?
In person when I first came to the States, and before that, through a video call with the family.
Okay. Do you recall what month or year that was?
When I came to the States?
Yes.
It was October.
Do you know what year?
2021.
Okay. And when you first met Mr. Banfield, what was your relationship to him?
It's professional. He was my boss.
And you said he was your boss.
Yeah.
What was your job?
I was their au pair.
And so you said you worked as an au pair. What does that mean?
Au pair is like a nanny position, but somebody comes from another country, providing care for their kids, and in exchange they live with the family. And yeah.
Okay. Do you get paid to be an au pair?
Yes.
How much?
$200 a week.
And how long of a stay did you have as an au pair?
We can have from a year to 2 years, but as an au pair, I stayed for a year.
Okay. And did you, so you arrived, you said you arrived in October of 2021, and you said you stayed for a year?
Yeah.
And then did you extend that stay?
Yes.
And how long did you extend the stay for?
I think I might have extended for another year.
Let's talk about when you lived with the Banfield family and worked with them as their au pair. Where did you live?
I lived in their house, in their home.
Okay. And who lived there with you?
It was Brendan, his wife, Christine, and their daughter.
And you know who Brendan is?
Yeah.
Who's Christine?
Christine was Brendan's wife.
And you said their daughter?
Yeah.
What was their daughter's name?
Valerie.
What was your life like with them?
With the family?
Yeah, when you first got there, what was it like?
It was kind of a period for me to adapt to the family, to my job, to the country. But I was very welcome, I guess.
And what was Brendan like when you first came to live with the family and be their au pair?
We barely spoke. Like, my relationship was mostly with Christine and Valerie. Brendan and I barely spoke at all. It was just...
Okay. What was Christine like?
Christine was very friendly, very welcoming, very fair. Yeah.
Did you spend time with her and spend time with Valerie together?
Yes.
And did you spend time on your own with Christine?
Maybe a couple times going to a store or, yeah.
Do you recall if Christine had a blood disorder?
I heard about it, yes.
And do you know the name of it?
I do not know.
Do you know if she took any medication for it?
As far as I know.
Yep, it's almost like slave labor, taking advantage of people.
What was Valerie like?
Valerie is very loving, very caring. She just...
How old was Valerie when you met her in 2021?
She was 3.5, yes.
I'm sorry, say that again?
3.5.
And were there any other children that were living in the Banfield home while you lived there too?
No.
Do you know if they had an au pair before you were their au pair?
Yeah.
Who was that?
It was Amanda.
And when you began working for the Banfields, do you need a minute? When you began working for the Banfields, do you remember what their jobs were?
Yeah.
Or do you know what their jobs were?
Yeah, Christina was RN, and Brenda was working, I guess, as an investigator for the IRS.
At some point, while you were working for the Banfield family, did your relationship with the defendant change?
Yes.
How did it change?
It became sexual, physical relationship.
And do you recall when the relationship changed?
It was August 2022.
And did you keep the relationship, this new relationship with the defendant, did you keep this a secret?
For my part, some of my friends, they knew because I told them, and I used to post on my Instagram. But for his part, yeah, it was a secret.
Okay, you said you told some friends about it.
Yeah.
Do you remember which friends you told?
I told Beatrice about it and Pamela.
And did you take any photos of you and the defendant after you began a romantic or physical relationship?
Yes.
And you said you had posted some things to social media?
Yes.
Okay. I am going to show you a couple of photos. And if I could have this view be to the witness and counsel only, please.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you Commonwealths 51, 52, 53, and 54. This is 51, 52, 53, and 54. Do you recognize these photos?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize them?
It's me and Brendan.
And are these social media posts that you made?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, what I would ask the court to do is admit these as Commonwealths 51, 52, 53, and 54.
All right, any objection? Okay, 51.
All right, chat. And here's actually, this is from Brewberry. She sent this to me. This is off Juliana Perez, I think. I don't know how you'd say that with, Portuguese. But because that's the language they speak in Brazil, chat. They don't speak Brazilian, they speak Portuguese. This is her back then, so obviously she looked a lot better. Yeah, but there you go, with her titties all flopping out. Yeah, I ain't gonna do any of that because I can't do Portuguese. That's like a made-up language. Something about Fallout Boy. But anyways, that's her. That's her.
52, 53, and 54 in evidence.
And we can publish the first one to the jury. Can you tell us who's under the
Thank you,
emoji here?
Blueberries.
It's Brendan.
And then a couple of these have noise.
Yes, Libby. The IRS, just like the IRS has special agents, and I think he was an investigator. They have criminal investigation units in the IRS. They have armed agents, and they are considered full-fledged law enforcement, like an FBI agent, like a DHS investigator, a DEA agent, an FBI agent, postal inspectors. Just like the Department of Energy has special agents, like their NEST teams, their armed officers. All these organizations have armed agents. So he is one of them, from what I understand. Yeah, every federal agency has law enforcement, yes.
And then this one, Commonwealth 53, can you describe who this is?
It's Brendan's hand.
And whose leg is that?
My leg.
And the date on the photo that is posted, is that the date that the photo was taken?
Yes.
And this photo here, Commonwealth 54, who's under the emoji?
It's Brendan.
Do you know when this photo was taken?
It's from the same day as the previous picture.
As the previous one?
Mm-hmm.
All right, I want to go back to 52.
And now I wonder.
And in that post, who is present in that post?
His person behind the emoji.
And who is behind the emoji?
Brendan.
And is it you and Brendan singing in that post?
Yes.
So you began a sexual relationship with the defendant in August of 2022 when you were how old?
I was 21.
And when this relationship began, did you ever think about how it might end?
No, I didn't really think it was serious relationship.
And did the defendant ever talk with you about any long-term plans for the two of you?
Not initially.
Not initially. Did he ever, though?
Yes.
When did that talk start?
I think it started after he talked about his plan.
Okay. And did he ever talk about the two of you getting married or the two of you having children?
Yes.
And do you recall when that talk began?
Also, after he mentioned his plan.
Did he ever talk about his relationship with his wife, Christine Banfield?
Sometimes it would come up in our conversation and he would talk about it.
And what did
Called
he
her
say?
that bitch, probably.
He used to say that she didn't seem to care about where he was, what he was doing. She didn't seem to care about him at all. And that she was helpless and just lazy.
Do you recall when he said those things?
When?
Yes.
Well, many times during our conversation when she came up.
And
Thank you, Angela.
did he ever talk to you about anything else about?
Kay is still here saying, why is she testifying? Because that's part of her plea deal that she doesn't go to prison for fucking ever. That's why she's doing this, so she doesn't go to fucking prison forever. She's doing this to save her ass. She has to. So. You spot a scooper? We don't want scoopers in chat. So.
His relationship. Did he ever talk about getting a divorce with her?
No, he basically said divorce was not an option.
Did he say why?
Money was involved.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Money.
Okay. Anything else?
Money was involved and Valerie's custody too.
And what about those things? Did he say anything specifically about money or Valerie's custody?
Yeah, he said that he didn't want to have share Valerie with Christine, that she wasn't good for Valerie. So he wanted to have Valerie full time. And money plus she should have more money than he would if they ever split.
And so he didn't want to get divorced. Did he tell you what he wanted to do?
Yes.
What did he say?
He mentioned his plan to get rid of her.
And you said he mentioned his plan to get rid of her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
When did he talk about that first?
I would say it was in October 2022.
And what specifically was his plan to get rid of her?
Initially, he didn't really know what he would do. He just mentioned that he was thinking about it and he would think better and let me know when he thought about it. Yeah.
Where were the two of you when this first conversation took place?
New York.
And were you on a trip to New York with only him?
It was him and Valerie.
What did you think when he told you that?
At first, I thought he was joking. Yeah, for me, it was a joke.
And you said that you were in New York when that conversation happened.
Yeah.
Did the three of you return to Virginia after that trip?
Yes, we did.
And did he talk about this plan again after you returned?
Yeah.
And did he give you more information or more detail about what he intended to have happen?
Yeah, he said he wasn't going to hire anybody because that is something that throughout investigation can be discovered easily. And that he had heard of a website called Fat Life. He's never done anything on the website, but he heard about it, and that's what he was going to do.
And did he tell you anything more about the plan at this point?
At that point, not really. He was still thinking about it.
And at the end of October of 2022, did you visit a shooting range?
Yes.
And did anyone come with you?
Brendan.
The first time that you went to the shooting range, do you recall signing any paperwork?
Yes.
Judge, at this point, I'm going to display a photograph. I would ask for the display to be to the witness and counsel only. Yes, ma'am. I want you to look at the screen in front of you. Do you have, is there a document on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm gonna scroll through this document for you slowly.
Just for the record, could you, the exhibit number of the
Oh,
document?
it is exhibit number 56.
Thank you.
Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
It's the waiver you have to sign when you first go to the shooting range.
And did you sign this?
Yeah.
Is that your signature there on page 6?
Yes.
Judge, at this point, I'm going to ask to admit this as Commonwealth's 56 and allow for it to be published to the jury.
Any objection? All right, 56 in evidence and published.
And I'm going to just bring it back up to the top so the jury can see it. Do you recall the date on the form?
Yeah, October 29, 2022.
And on that date, do you recall shooting a firearm?
Yes,
Do you remember if it was a handgun or a long gun?
it was a handgun.
And was the defendant with you while you were firing the handgun on that day?
Yes,
Did you ever go back to the firing range again?
eventually we did.
Do you remember when you went back to the firing range?
I'll say back in December.
And did you practice firing a firearm on that December visit?
Yes,
And again, what kind of firearm? Do you recall if it was a handgun or a long gun?
it's a handgun.
And was anyone with you when you returned to the firing range in December?
It's Brendan.
Judge, at this point, I'm going to ask for the view of Commonwealth 56 to be terminated to the gallery. And I am going to move to Commonwealth 57 for the view of the witness and counsel only at this point. Do you see a photograph on your screen?
I do.
Okay. And do you recognize this photograph?
Yes,
How do you recognize it?
it's me at the shooting range.
And do you know who took this picture?
Brendan.
Judge, at this point, I am going to ask to have this admitted as Commonwealth 57.
All right, any objection to 57? All right, 57 evidence and published.
Did the defendant tell you why he wanted to return to the firing range for that second visit?
Yes,
And why was that?
that's in case I need to use it if something goes wrong.
And what would go wrong? What was he concerned about going wrong? Had he told you more of his plan at this point?
At that point specifically, I can't really recall.
But he told you that he wanted you at the firing range because you needed, in case something went wrong.
Yes,
Is that right?
yes.
After the December visit to the shooting range, what, if any, additional steps did the defendant take to move his plan forward?
It was in January when he created the account on the website.
Okay. So were you present when he created the FetLife account?
Yes,
And did he use his own email address to create the account?
no, he did not.
What email address did he use?
He created a new email account for Christine and Christine's name.
And were you there when he created that email address?
Yeah, yeah.
And do you recall what device he used to create the email address?
To her laptop,
And when you say her laptop, whose laptop are you talking about?
Christine's laptop.
And do you recall what device he used to create the FetLife account?
That was the laptop.
And when you say the laptop, are you talking about Christine's laptop?
Yes,
And do you recall the name of the profile that the defendant created for the FetLife account?
Anastasia Knight.
And was there a photograph added to that profile?
Yes,
Who is the photograph of?
it's Christine's body in a bathing suit.
And who added the photograph to the profile?
Brendan did.
And who typed the words for the profile?
I hear that.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Brendan did.
Okay. If I could have the view terminated to the gallery at this point. And I am going to ask for exhibits 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, and 65, all photographs to be displayed to the witness and counsel only at this point. I'm going to show you a series of
So there you go, guys.
screenshots, and then I'm going to ask you about them. So this is 58, 59.
Yes, this is a good question Marlene's asking. She has not been sentenced, so she's technically pre-trial. I mean, technically you could say awaiting sentencing, but yeah, she has not been sentenced yet. Is she going to visit him when she gets released from? No, 'cause she's probably going to get deported, which she should. She gets a fuerad. Well, I don't know how you'd say a fuera in Portuguese, chat, but she's going to get a fuerad. I bet she makes a really good PB&J, though. So. But anyways, yeah, this is we're gonna get to where she gets involved in this here, chat. Now it's the plan is coming together. Here we go. Like I said, you guys wanted the meat. Here's the meaty, juicy part of this. And oh my god, it is snowing even freaking harder now. Jeez. Yes. Yes, she's illegal. She's an accessory to manslaughter. Accessory to murder.
60, 61, 62, 63, 64, and 65. Do you recognize these photos, these screenshots?
Well,
How do you recognize them?
I'm glad I
It's
have
a FetLife account.
I'm glad I have billing along with Portland Andy.
And Judge, at this point, I'm going to ask to admit Commonwealths 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, and 65 to be admitted under seal and published to the jury only.
All right. No objection. All right, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, admitted under seal.
Okay, I'm going to run back through them.
58.
Okay, so Commonwealth 58, is this the FetLife profile that was posted?
Yes.
And the about section here that we can see, who wrote the words in that? Who composed that?
Brandon.
And then in 59, Commonwealth 59, is this also a part of the FetLife profile?
Yes.
And then Commonwealth 60, is this the photograph that was used as the profile photo for the FetLife
Yes.
profile? And then Commonwealth 61 here, is this the group, for lack of a better word, that this profile was posted in?
Oh, sorry, can you repeat again, please?
Sure. This photograph here, Commonwealth 61, is this the group within FetLife that you use to communicate with other users?
Yes.
And then Commonwealth 62, is this the post that you and Brendan used on FetLife?
Is there an objection? What's your objection, Mr. Leading? Okay.
Okay, understood. All right.
It's not
Take
really
the
that
objection.
leading.
Take a look at Commonwealth 62. Can you describe for us what it is?
It's a post made on a profile.
And what website was this posted on?
FetLife.
And what was the reason for posting it?
It was what the account was first created and to tell people what she was looking for.
And whose idea was it to post this?
Hmm?
Whose idea was it to post this?
Brendan.
Okay. We can terminate this view at this point. How did you and Brendan, how did you use the laptop? How did the two of you use her laptop without her knowing about it?
It was because every time she used to get home from work, she throw her backpack by the door, and in the backpack was her laptop and her work stuff.
And once the FetLife account was created, what, if anything, did the two of you do with it?
Texting other people, other guys. They would also text.
That's going to be part of their argument here, Tachyon. They're going to point out, like, you were along for the ride. You didn't have any say in this. You didn't want the bitch gone because you wanted to be the mommy. Like, it was clear what, like, yeah, clearly she had this, but, 12 Monkeys saying, should she still get 60 years for it? Yeah, but they really need her testimony to really seal the deal. So, no. But anyways, here we go.
Looking for whatever it is that they're interested in.
Okay. And had Brendan explained to you at this point in time, or was there any explanation given to you about what it was that he was using FetLife for, or what it was he was looking for from another FetLife user?
Yeah.
What was that?
The website is for BDSM, people that like that kind of stuff, and he said we would be able to find somebody that plays like aggressive or that likes playing with blood and that kind of stuff.
And why? What was what if any reason did he want to find someone like that for?
Well, because the person would be eventually the person would be invited to come to the house, and he needed to know that the person was willing, or he was going to do what he had in his mind.
And what was he using FetLife to ask other users to do to the Anastasia profile?
Things like pinning her down, gagging her, spanking. Yeah.
And when the two of you used FetLife to message other people, were you, who would do the typing? Were you typing? Was Brendan typing?
To talk to other people?
Yes.
You asked. Sometimes it would be him, sometimes it would be me by his instruction when he was with me.
And were the two of you typically together while you were using FetLife to message other people?
Yes.
And was Christine home or not home when the two of you used FetLife?
She was home.
Always?
Yes.
Why?
Because he always mentioned for us to make sure to log in on the account when she was also home. So it would have, throughout the investigation, it would have been very clear that like whenever she was using the profile, she was home, and yeah.
And you said because during the investigation, why would there be an investigation?
Well, he always thought, like, in advance, he knew how the investigation would go. Like, he always knew, and yeah.
But why did he know?
What did he know?
Why? You said because he always knew about the investigation. What did he know about an investigation? There hasn't been one yet.
He knew eventually we would have one investigation.
Why?
Because there would be a murder, and it's just what happens. Investigation.
Did he tell you that?
Yeah.
What specifically did he tell you about that?
Well, he knew that we needed to have some alibis. He knew that he needed to change his routine a few weeks prior, so it wouldn't be odd that he wasn't, just at McDonald's on that day specifically.
Okay. I'm going to show you a couple of items one at a time. The parties have stipulated to the admissibility of the next two items, the next several items. The first two are going to be Commonwealth 66 and 67. And Judge, Commonwealth 66, I'm going to ask to have published to the jury and counsel only, and I'm going to ask that these be under seal.
66 and 67?
Yes.
There's an agreement to admissibility, is that correct, Mr. Kerr? Okay, so 66 and 67 are in evidence under seal.
Say that again. Let me see. Yep.
Yeah.
Having a couple of technical difficulties, so I'm going to move on for a minute and then we'll go back to 66 and 67. Did you and the defendant ever travel out of town together?
Yes.
Where did you go?
To Winchester, Virginia.
Do you recall when that was?
When?
When?
Not exact date, no.
Do you know if it was before or after that the defendant created the FetLife profile?
Can I say if I'm not 100% sure though?
You don't recall?
No.
Okay. How did you arrange to go to Winchester together?
He was going for an overnight stay in a hotel for his job.
Okay,
And
go ahead.
and he took his car, his work car, and they took the white car his to drive.
And when the two of you were in Winchester, was there ever any posting on FetLife at that time?
No,
And why would that have been?
because like I said before, that he always made sure to.
What's your objection, Mr. Carroll? Your microphone, I can't. It's very hard to hear you. What's your legal objection?
Legal objection. She's asked and answered that she didn't do any posting. And so
Okay, asked and
any
answered.
further question?
I'm sorry, I missed that.
He said asked and answered.
I don't think I asked her if any of them posted on FetLife while they were out of town in Winchester.
Okay, I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Sorry. Did either of you post on FetLife or message anyone on FetLife while the two of you were in Winchester?
No,
And why is that?
because we would only post when we were home and she was home at the same time.
Okay. And were there any other things that the two of you did to make it look like Christine was the one messaging in FetLife? You want me to ask that a different way?
Yes, please.
Did the two of you ever message people or post on FetLife when Christine was home and only one of you was home?
Yes,
And whose idea was that?
Brendan.
And did he say why?
Yes,
And why was that?
because again, when he talked about the investigation we would have at some point, he pointed out that the police would have access to where our phones are, where our phones pin, and so we wouldn't be able to accuse him of doing that because sometimes she would be doing it, posting and messaging, and she would be home and he wouldn't be home, and other times I wouldn't be home, and so there would be no way to actually prove it, and that's the alibis he talked about.
Can you recall any specific instances of how it would have worked for one of you to be home posting while Christine was home and the other one was out of the home?
That normally happened when both of us went to the gym and he would tell me to leave earlier and go home so I could get home before him, and for me to log in the account and text people, talk to people. And other times he would tell me to hang in the gym behind and he would leave earlier, so he would be the one logging in and talking to people.
Okay. And the gym that you're talking about, do you recall which gym that was?
Yeah, Lifetime.
And did the two of you, and do you know which location?
Yeah, Ruston.
Did the two of you go to Lifetime Fitness together frequently?
Yes.
Did Christine go with the two of you?
It was just maybe a couple times, but nothing. It was normally Rona and I.
Okay. I'm going to go back to Commonwealth 66 and 67 at this point. If we could see 66.
You can publish from the table, please.
Just give us a second. Jury, it's already evidence. And go.
These were.
Oh, see, no. Okay.
All right, so looking at Commonwealth 66, can you see it on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. And then at the top of your screen, there's a column that's titled User ID. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. The user ID identified as Anastasia 9.
Okay.
Who wrote the messages from Anastasia 9? Not that specific message, but just in general. Who is the person or persons who are writing the messages from Anastasia 9?
It's either me or Brendan.
And the other user IDs that we see that are largely numbers in this view, are those messages that are received by you and the defendant using the Anastasia 9 profile?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to ask for us to scroll forward a little bit to location number 367 or cell 367. The user ID Taco Supreme 7000. Did you come to know who that was?
That's Joe.
And now if we could switch to Commonwealth 67. the Taco Supreme 7000 profile that you came to know as Joe Ryan. We see that profile, and we see Anastasia 9 communicating in this view of the spreadsheet. Do you recognize these as FetLife chats that you and Brendan wrote from Anastasia 9 and received from Taco Supreme?
Yes.
And when the two of you were using FetLife, I've asked you before what it was that Brendan was looking for. What is it about Joe's answers and messages that attracted Brendan to selecting Joe? Did he ever tell you?
He told me at some point too, but he was always making comments like that Joe was the white person.
Did he say why?
Because he seemed to be like the person who would do the things that Brendan needed the person to do.
Okay. And I'm now going to ask you to look at Commonwealth's 68, 69, 70, 71, and 72 one at a time.
Can you go back to that one?
Go back to that.
Yeah, you're still connected.
If they're the same. Okay. And Judge, let's look at 68 first.
We're just getting back to the podium. Hold on.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I do think these are all Excel spreadsheets. and
Okay, do you want
we're having trouble with Excel from this computer.
Okay.
So first, if we could look at 68 from the witness and counsel views only. And again, Your Honor, the parties have stipulated to the FetLife chats. So I believe that all of these exhibits can be admitted, but I ask that they be admitted under seal.
68, 69, 70?
68, 69, 70, 71, and 72.
Okay. Is that correct, Mr. Carroll? Do you need to see them all? She said you've already agreed to not the miscibility, but just to the foundation.
These are the same exhibits that were provided to council last weekend. There.
If you could go through them, do you want to go through these to make sure? Okay. You need to see them, is that what you? Okay, I'm sorry, just, if you have your microphone on, I have a lot of trouble hearing you up here. Okay, all right, so you need to see.
I do, my
Okay,
client and I need to
So
see.
you go through all those exhibits, Ms. Bristler.
Okay, so looking at 68 is a short one.
Is that the one that's on screen right now?
Yes.
Okay, no objection.
All right, so 68 in evidence under seal. Is it 69? we're
This
looking
is
at now?
69.
No objection.
All right, no objection, 69 under seal.
No objection.
That's 67? Is that correct? I'm sorry, 70?
That's 70.
70, okay, 70 under seal.
71. We could look at 71.
No objection.
All right, 71 under seal, and then 72.
No objection.
All right, so 72 also under seal. Okay, thank you.
Okay, if we could go back to 68. Can you see on your screen Commonwealth 68?
Yes.
Okay, and you see again in the menu, in the title bar there, you see ID, conversation ID, user ID, body. So the conversation ID that we're looking at, I just want to check and make sure we're both looking at the same thing. 446774523.
Yes.
Okay, so we see these messages between this user ID and then the Anastasia profile. This user ID says, I wish I could get you to come meet me at my hotel in Richmond next Wednesday night. And then the Anastasia profile says, thank you, Richmond is too far for me. I'm looking to.
This is a lone Alaskan. This is basically it. A husband and au pair sought the wife up to be murdered by luring in a bull to stage a rape, and that way they could kill them both. Really, it's that simple. It's more complex, but it's that simple as well.
Chat a bit before meeting someone.
Good to see you again, by the way. Hope you're
Why
doing
would
well.
it be that you guys wouldn't have pursued this user?
Because all along, explain us for the person to come in the house.
And when I'm looking again at the Anastasia profile, is it you and or Brendan who is operating the Anastasia profile?
Yes.
Then if we could move on to Commonwealth 69. So just making sure that we're looking at the same thing on the screen. I'm looking at conversation 447868690.
Yes.
All right, okay. So this person is looking for someone to meet up with at restaurants and coffee shops and just talking and getting to know one another. They'd like to go to an event eventually, and they say they're pretty new to Fat World, but willing to learn. And then the Anastasia profile says, I'm not looking to go out on dates, sorry. Why is it that the two of you wouldn't have pursued, why would Brendan have not pursued this person to further converse with?
Sorry, I'm sorry.
It's okay. So this person is asking to meet out in public.
Mhm.
Is that something that Brendan was interested in having the Anastasia profile do?
No.
Why not?
Because again, you need somebody that would agree to come to the house. Yeah, so to do the things that he needed the person to do.
And meeting out in public is not something that.
No.
Let's look at the exhibit Commonwealth 70. Ready, I want to stay at the top first. Okay. So again, just making sure we're looking at the same document. I'm looking at conversation ID 452721523.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So this user ID messages the Anastasia profile and says, saw your ad, I'm interested, a little bit about what I like and have done in the past. First off, restraints, and I've used rope and some leather cuffs and some vinyl tape. The profile goes on to describe pretty specifically what experience and what equipment that this person has and can bring to this relationship. Is this someone that is this someone that the two of you might have been interested in?
Can I just read it over?
Say that again?
Can I just read it over?
Yes, of course, take your time.
Yes.
And if you could scroll down a little bit. So this conversation looks like it went on for a little bit longer than the past two conversations. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And then if you look at cell number 931, the profile says, the other user says, I would expect that you might want to meet somewhere in public before doing anything in private. Your call on how or when to do that. Most weekdays I could get away at some point during the day to get a bite to eat or coffee or a drink after work. And then it goes on from there. Did you guys answer that? Take a look at this spreadsheet and let me know if you see an answer to this request to get together.
No,
And why wouldn't you have responded?
because that's not something he was interested in, going for a coffee or meeting in public.
Okay. And then if we could go on to Commonwealth 72. And then if we can move down to cell number 571. I have to blow it. Say it again. Sorry. There we go. Okay. So in this conversation, and let's make sure we're looking at the same conversation again. I'm looking at conversation 448599624.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So in this conversation, there's some initial talk. And then in cell number 571, the Anastasia profile says, I don't have restraints. It's something you would need to bring and be comfortable doing. Sounds really intense. And then there's more, but I'm not going to read that aloud. Why did the other user need to bring restraints?
Well, because we didn't have it. And whoever the person was going to be was supposed to bring all the stuff, like the restraints and or cuffs, whatever the person's supposed to have to bring.
And whose idea was that?
Brenda's.
And what else was the person eventually supposed to bring?
Eventually, you want the person to bring a knife.
Okay. And when you look at cell number 572, this user responds to the Anastasia profile, and this user says, so I'm a vet. We need to work up to restraints. I don't recommend them until the second or third time, once trust is there. And then in 573, this user.
Also, Chad, if you aren't sure about how to conduct yourself in these non-consensual role-playing and stuff like that, this is some, like, you're kind of learning about it now. So here you go.
Says, if you're for real, let's grab a drink or coffee in public to see if there's attraction, no expectations. I work out in Fairfax County on Tuesdays if you're around. And then Anastasia responds in 574. And is it you and Brendan still operating the Anastasia profile at this point in time?
Yes.
So you tell her, I'm not interested in going on a regular date. That takes away from the excitement and the thrill of the first meeting. Why is that? So this is the third time that we've seen FetLife user saying, let's meet someplace, let's meet in public. And this person says, essentially, I've been doing this a while, and usually we don't get to that part until the second or third time we meet. So why is it important why is it significant why is it again that that the Anastasia profile keeps refusing to meet in public?
Because of the plan I had in mind, that would need to happen in the house. The person would need to come over, bring their stuff, and because it was not Christine talking, so there was no way going out on the date to first meet the person.
All right, let's move on to Commonwealth 71.
Correct?
Yes. Okay. Okay. And then just again, make sure we're looking at the same conversation. I'm looking at conversation ID 446943660.
Yes.
This conversation, and I'm going to ask if we could just scroll through the conversation so we can see kind of the length of it. So it looks like this conversation is longer to me. Does it look longer to you?
Yes.
And if we could look at cell 145. So in this conversation, can you take a look at cells 145, 146, 147, and 148, 149? And so this user is still expressing, this is a new user, this is a different user, and this user is expressing discomfort at coming to someone else's house. This user says, I mean, I'm more than fine to play that role, just not at someone else's house where your husband could come home at any time. And then the Anastasia profile, which again, is that you and Brendan as the Anastasia profile?
Yes.
And so you tell this user that he works a set schedule and that she works a rotating schedule, and childcare responsibilities make it harder to plan around, and that they're only comfortable at my house and feel best about being there and recovering and relaxing at home afterwards. Again, the Anastasia profile, you and Brendan are saying, we don't want to come outside of our house. And is this for the same reason?
Yes.
And then this user in cell number 143 tells her, the concept is very hot. Yeah, but the way you explain it does not look great on my side if anything were to go wrong. Basically, going into your home uninvited, tying you up and taking advantage of you. Is that what the intent was? To have someone come in?
Yes.
And to behave in the manner?
I'm sorry, I'm just going to object to the leading nature of these questions. It's been.
I'll stay in this meeting.
Tell me about it. Did you and Brendan ever agree to meet a FetLife user in public?
No.
Did you ever agree to meet another FetLife user at a hotel?
No,
or at another user's home or work?
no.
And so ultimately, out of all the users in the Commonwealth of 67 and the few conversations that we've explored, Joe Ryan was selected. Who chose Joe?
Brendan.
And did he say why he picked Joe after interacting with him on FetLife?
It was mostly because he made Brendan feel confident enough that he would be the person to play the role they needed the person to play, which means being aggressive and hold her down and come over to the house and bring stuff and all that, yeah.
And did you and the defendant ever use any
Virginia.
other form of communication with Joe Ryan?
Yes,
And what form of communication was that?
it was a telegram.
And were you present when the Telegram account was created?
Yes,
Who created the Telegram account?
Brendan.
And how did he do that?
He used her laptop on its anonymous page, and he had her cell phone with him at the time because he needed to receive a code on her cell phone so she could create the account on Telegram
And how did you and the defendant communicate with Joe Ryan on Telegram?
by texting.
Did you use any other form of communication on Telegram with him?
Phone call, phone call.
And who was it that spoke on the phone with Joe Ryan when you had that phone call?
I spoke to Joe.
Chad, I will let you know there was another ICE shooting tonight. Apparently, they went after some Venezuelans, and one of them used a shovel on the agents, and they dropped them. So it's not clear how things are going out of control, but for right now, we're going to keep at the trial. We're almost done, but we may be doing a riot stream tonight as the snow falls here. I don't know. So just hang tight.
Your Honor, we can switch from the table to podium. Which one? The podium? Yeah, podium. Okay, podium. Take the jury home.
Yeah, green caps. Thank you. No, we are mentioning it here. Yeah.
When you spoke on the phone, did Joe comment on your accent?
Also, green caps. I
Yes.
got your email. That's a
Okay.
good idea,
That
actually.
was the first thing he said.
We'll try
As soon
that.
as I said hi, he was surprised that I had an accent. And he asked, "Oh, you have an accent?" I didn't know. And I told him, yes.
Now I'm going to show you Commonwealth.
He got really sus, chat, and she was like, "Uh-oh.
Witness only.
Uh-oh."
And if I can have the court's indulgence for just one moment.
Yes, chat. Steel Toe Morning Show is doing journalism right now.
Okay. Do you have something on your screen in front of you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And Judge Commonwealth 73 has been stipulated.
It's a little
and
weird,
disability has been
Mavka, I
stipulated
agree.
by the parties.
All right, yes, sir. Okay, that's true, because 73 in evidence, thank you.
Yep. And so we could publish that to the jury.
Okay.
I'm going to scroll. This is a lengthy exhibit, so I'm not going to scroll through all of the bubbles, but I'm just going to scroll through a few pages so that you can get a sense of the two parties communicating. Now, in looking at these conversations, we see that the blue bubbles are from Anastasia. Who is operating the Anastasia profile on Telegram?
Brendan and I.
And then we see the green bubbles are from Joe, the owner of Joe.
Yeah.
Did you come to know who that person was, or did you learn who that person was?
Joe?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just when he came to the house that day, we were trying for.
I'm looking at page 2. Joe sends a message on February 20th that says, "I'm looking forward to Friday." Who chose February 24th, 2023 as the date?
Brendan.
And did he say why he chose that date?
He did say why, but right now I can't recall.
Okay. I'm going to scroll forward to page 28. I apologize for the scrolling. There is a photograph in one of Joe's posts, and I'm going to try to blow up here. take a look at the photograph. Do you see it in front of you?
Yes,
Did Brendan see that photograph?
he did.
And did he make any comments on that photograph?
Yeah,
What did he say?
that that was not the knife he was expecting the person to bring. When he asked about the knife, he was expecting a pointy knife. That would be easier.
All right. And I'm going to move down to page 41. On page 41, we see the Anastasia profile. Again, is that still you and Brendan?
Yes.
Okay. And the Anastasia profile says, oh, I forgot to tell you, I do have a dog. She's very nice, but she will be in the basement. Who sent that message?
Brendan?
I am going to terminate this view here. If I could ask for it to be terminated to the gallery. Before February 24th, 2023, the day of, did the defendant ask you to do other things to get ready?
Can you ask differently?
Sure. Did you keep the same cell phone that you initially obtained when you came to the US?
No.
Can you tell me about your cell phone in relation to the date of February 24th, 2023?
Yeah, a few days prior, Brendan told us to trade in our phones.
Okay. And did you do that?
Yes,
And why did you do that? Why was it necessary to get a new phone?
because he told me to get rid of my other phone where it had her pictures and other stuff, and because even if I reset my phone, it was to be able to see the things I had before.
And what about your Apple ID? Did you keep the same Apple ID?
No,
Why did you change Apple IDs?
because they also said that it would be able to see through my Apple ID the things I had on my phone before.
And did Brendan get a new phone as well?
He did.
Do you know, did it happen at the same time or at a different time than you?
A different time.
And was there anything, were there any changes to the home?
Yes.
And can you talk about that?
They changed all the windows in the house, and Brendan's description of the window was more soundproof. That's how I would say it. I'm not sure if that's how you call it, but that was the description.
Okay. And what, if anything, did he have you do with regard to that?
After they changed the windows in the house, he told me for us to test, and he had told me to go up to the master bedroom, and he would be outside in the driveway, and he told me for me to scream from the master bedroom to see if he could hear anything from the driveway, but I didn't do it.
Okay. Did you do anything different instead?
Instead, he told me so I could go out in the driveway, and he would go up to the master bedroom, and he would be the one screaming, and I'd just tell him whether or not I heard anything, and also from the backyard, because the back of the house had trail and neighbors, and he will make sure people didn't hear from there.
And did you do that?
I was out to see if I could hear him, yes.
And could you?
Barely.
And then where did you usually park your car?
My car I would park normally in the driveway. Other times I'd park
Testing
by
the new
by
windows.
the mailbox in the cul-de-sac.
And did you park it somewhere else in preparation for February 24th, 2023?
I gotta say something. Bidets are amazing, especially like the ones with the remote control.
Yeah, the night before I parked in the cul-de-sac.
Why did you do that?
Brandon told me to do so because maybe Joe would come around to see what he was getting himself into, or maybe in the morning, and then he would see a different car, and it would scare him away, and yeah.
And then, so those are all things that you did. Did the defendant do anything else in preparation for that day?
Yeah, he went around in the neighborhood, checking for ring cameras, doorbell cameras, the doors. She knew that our neighbor, she didn't have cameras, and our neighbor to our left, and our neighbor John in front of us also didn't have cameras, but he was checking for other neighbors, and also changing his routine to so that happened. He wouldn't be odd that he was at McDonald's like 6 minutes away, so he started leaving the house earlier to go to work, and he would stop by somewhere else to eat breakfast or something, and yeah, and so that he wouldn't be odd.
Okay. How did the defendant know that Christine would be out of the home on that morning?
She was
Or, I'm
supposed.
sorry. How did the defendant know that Christine would be at home that morning?
Yeah, she was scheduled to work that Friday morning, and he had told me that he would talk to her out of it to like change. And so instead of going to work on that morning, she would be off and she would be at home. And
what was the plan for you and Valerie to be out of the house?
he had said about telling her that Valerie and I would go to the zoo, spend all day at the zoo, and we would be leaving the house early. And so, yeah, that was the plan for me and Valerie.
When did you tell her about the plan?
I told her it was a few days prior to, but I told her in person because she didn't want any messages where I would be asking, telling her about it. So the conversation I had with her was in person a few days prior.
And you said the conversation was in person, and why? I couldn't hear you.
Yeah. Oh, you couldn't hear?
Yeah. Why was the conversation in person?
So you didn't be me requesting, telling her that we're going, asking to go, and yeah, so he wanted things in person.
And who wanted things in person?
Brendan.
Okay. Was there really an au pair's trip planned for the zoo that morning?
There was not.
When you woke up on the morning of the 24th, what happened first?
I woke up early. I think I had an alarm on my phone, and went downstairs to the kitchen.
Do you recall what time you got up?
I would say 6 something.
Did you wake up Valerie that morning?
No, Brendan did.
And who brought Valerie to you that morning?
Brendan.
Did he say anything to you when he left Valerie with you?
She said Christine was asleep.
And what did you do next?
Next, I started getting her ready downstairs. And yeah, for now, I was just getting her ready, like in the living room downstairs.
Did you or Brendan text Joe that morning?
Yes.
And on what platform?
On what?
On what platform? How did you contact him?
The Telegram.
Okay. And in the Telegram messages, we can see instructions for Joe to park in the driveway.
Mm-hmm.
What exhibit is this? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry?
What exhibit is this on
Oh,
the
I
screen?
apologize, Your Honor. This is Commonwealth 73.
73, so it's already in evidence, so
Yes, it
we
is
can
already in
publish it to the jury. Thank you.
I apologize, I don't know exactly on what page. I'm just going to move on. I can't find the page at this moment. How is Joe supposed to get into the house?
I told him during the phone call that the door would be unlocked.
Okay. And who unlocked the front door?
Brendan did, using Christine's cell phone.
And I'm going to show you, I could have the view to be to counsel and the witness only at this point. Commonwealth 231.
Is that 231?
231.
Thank you.
Can you see that?
Yes.
Do you know what that is? Do you recognize that?
I would say it's Christine's cell phone.
And do you recognize the app that is showing?
Yes, that's the tab that will control the front door lock and the thermostat in the house.
And is this the app that was used to unlock the door?
Yeah.
How is the door going to stay unlocked?
It has to be changed it has to be deactivated through the app on the cell phone. The person can choose how many minutes the door is gonna lock in.
Judge, at this point in time, I'm going to ask to admit common laws 231.
Any objection? All right, 231.
And that can be published to the jury.
And published.
Yes. What did Brendan do with the phone, if anything, after he made sure that the door would stay unlocked?
He deactivated the door lock on her phone, and he turned it off and hid the phone in the drawer in the bar area we have, like in the kitchen.
And at this point, we can terminate the view.
All right.
Before the two of you left the house that morning, did you have any other conversation with Brendan?
No, he had, after I texted Joe, he said, Brendan told me he would be leaving the house at that moment, for me to wait a few minutes before leaving the house with Valerie.
What, if anything, did he give you in that morning before the two of you left?
Gun,
What kind of gun?
handgun.
And what did you do with that?
I put it in my pocket, in my sweater.
Who was it that left the house first?
Brendan did.
And what was the plan for him that morning? Where was he going to go and what was going to happen next?
He was going to go to the McDonald's, which is say 5-6 minutes away from our house by the clock tower, and he would stay there until whenever I called him.
And what were you supposed to do?
I was supposed to stay in the car with Valerie to put something on her iPad for her to watch. And as soon as I saw Ryan pulling up the driveway, I was supposed to give Christine a call, but her phone would be off and go to voicemail. And I was supposed to call him right away and tell him there was somebody strange coming to the house, and that I was scared. And yeah.
Okay. And so let's go step by step. Did you leave the house?
Good night.
Did you go to the car?
Yes.
And did you?
Guys, we got less than a half hour going here. We probably got 20-some minutes left. So.
Did you put Valerie inside the car?
Yes.
And did you begin to put a show on for her?
Yeah, I was trying to connect her tablet on the Wi-Fi on my phone,
Okay.
so I could put on a show for her on Netflix.
And then what, if anything, did you see after that?
I think after a couple minutes, I do not know how many minutes passed. That's when I saw Joe pulling in the driveway, and I was still parked in the cul-de-sac, and I called Christine's phone, and
This is not redirect. This is still direct, Afton. This is still her initial testimony. Oh my God, it is still freaking coming down. I can barely see across the street now. But no, it is still coming down, and it's we're still in her testimony. Well, we're getting to the point of he took the kid to McDonald's to get out of the house, and she has a gun in her purse. We're just now getting to the murder. So, Mavka, how did that happen? They came back. They came back to the house, and they snuck in through the basement. They brought the kid with them, and they made the kid stay in the basement. And then they went upstairs and killed him. So we're just now getting to the murder. That girl had to sit in the basement while her dad murdered her mom. We're just now getting to the murder. Here we go. And she called Christine's phone. We're about to be at the murders.
went to voicemail, and I called Brendan right after, as he had instructed me to do.
And did Brendan say why he wanted you to call Christine's phone and then call his phone?
Yeah, so then you'd have the history, the phone call history on her phone that I had tried to call her. Yeah.
And then what happened next? You said you saw Joe arrive.
Mhm.
What, if anything, did you see him do?
He just went straight to the driveway, parked next to Christine's car, and I called. After I called Christine, I called Brendan, and then he picked up the phone, and I was telling him just to wait he had said, and like, there's somebody strange, I never come to the house, I'm scared. And he told me for me to stay there, he would be coming home. And that he would try to also call Christine.
I'm gonna go backwards a little bit. Do you recall when it was that Brendan told you, when Joe arrives, call Christine and then call me? Do you recall when he told you that?
It was throughout the whole process when I think he had all his mind, and then he just told me how things were going to happen. This is gonna happen, you do this, and then you do that, and that's gonna happen. But I cannot say for sure, like, the period, like, when it was, I cannot say it.
At this point, you've seen Joe Ryan go into the house, you've made your phone calls. What, if anything, happened at this point?
After I call Brendan, he says he's coming, and then a few minutes passed. Again, I don't know how many minutes, but it felt like forever. And he arrived, he parked his car next to the mailbox, and he got out the car. He was crossing the street, and I got out the car. I got Valerie out of the car too. Then we went following him to the back of the house, to the door that leads us into the basement.
Okay, and whose idea was it to go into the basement?
Brendan.
And whose idea was it for all of you to go into the basement?
Brendan.
And did all three of you go into the basement together?
Yeah.
And when you accessed the basement, did you go in through the front door of the house? Did you go in through the back door of the house? How did you get in?
The three of us got into the house through the basement door, which was in the back of the house.
And when the three of you went into the basement, did anyone lock the door to the outside that you had just come in after you went inside?
No, after when I started, I did not recall locking the door or doing anything to the door.
Do you recall if their dog was in the basement when you went inside?
I saw her in a flash. And also because I knew she was going to be there in the basement. But what happened with her after that, I don't know.
Okay. Did she go upstairs with you?
What is it?
I'll move on. So is Valerie still with you at this point in time while you're in the basement?
Yes.
Okay. And so what did you do with Valerie?
Brendan told us to stay there in the basement. And again, I knew we were supposed to stay there, she and I. And he went upstairs to the main floor.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you do?
I just stayed with her. And after a couple minutes passed by, and I had told her for you to like stay here. And then I also went upstairs to the main floor.
Was that something that you decided to do, or was that a part of, was that something that you were told to do?
It was something he was told to do. It was part of his plan.
And say that again?
It was part of his plan.
Okay. And when you say it was a part of his plan, whose plan?
Brendan's.
Okay. So you left Valerie in the basement, and you said you went upstairs?
Mm-hmm.
When you got to the main level, did you or Brendan lock the door at the top of the basement stairs?
I don't recall doing that.
And what, if anything, did you do next?
When I got to the main floor, Brendan was standing at the bottom of the stairs that lead us upstairs. And he was just listening. Then he gestured to me like for me to wait, just listen to the sound. And the sound was like slapping. That's when you're slapping somebody. That's the sound we could hear.
Like this kind of slapping noise?
What, if anything, happened after that?
I think we were listening to that sound for a few seconds, and he took his gun out. And because I also had the gun with me, I just did the same. And he proceeded to go upstairs, and I just followed him upstairs to the master bedroom.
Who opened the bedroom door?
Brendan.
Did you go inside the bedroom?
Yes.
And what did you see when you went inside the bedroom?
When we first get into the bedroom, I could see that the bed we have in the master bedroom was kind of tall. And so from my point of view, all I could see was like Joe. At the moment I knew it was Joe, like on top of Christine. in a way, on the spot, holding her down. And that was my first view as soon as I get into the bedroom.
Were you able to tell, were you able to see Christine at all at that point?
At that point, no.
Did anyone say anything when the two of you went into the bedroom?
Yeah, when I got to the bedroom, Brendan said, she yelled, police officer. And Christine's first reaction, that was the first time I heard she say anything at that point. Then she yelled back at Brendan, saying, Brendan, he has a knife. And yeah, that's when Brendan first shot Joe.
Did you see Joe before he was shot?
Yeah,
What did he look like when he saw Brendan?
shocked.
After Brendan shot Joe, did anyone say anything?
If anyone said anything?
Yeah, did anyone say anything in the room at that point?
Yeah, because Brendan ran to Christine. She was still on the floor, and I, in that point, she had seen me, and she said, she had asked what you do to Brendan. I think regarding to that he shot Joe, and she said my name. She told me to call 911.
And what did you do?
I called 911.
And what happened after you called 911?
At that point, Joe was already shot, so that's the sound in the background. And Brendan looks at me and just, in a way, for me, like to hang up the call.
Did he tell you? Did he say, Juliana, hang up the call?
No, he did not.
How did he communicate to you?
A gesture.
And what gesture did he make?
This.
And so what did you do after he made that gesture?
I hung up the phone, the phone call.
What, if anything, happened next?
Next, he was stood up for Christine. Joe was laying there, and for me to grab a towel from the master bathroom. We have the closet, and I just ran to the master bathroom and grabbed him a towel and to bring it to him.
And at this point in time, could you see Christine?
Yes.
What did you see Brendan do next?
When I was bringing him the towel, he got on top of her, and that's when I first saw him stab her with a knife.
Where on her body was he stabbing her?
The neck.
And were you able to see whether or not he stabbed her one time or more than one time?
When I first saw that happening.
Think about how fucked that is. She thinks that she was getting raped, and her husband came home somehow her husband was here to save the day because she knew that her daughter and her husband and the nanny were going to go on a trip to the zoo, and she thought she was all alone, and all of a sudden her husband's there to save the day, and then all of a sudden he's stabbing her to death. Fucking crazy.
I ran to the other side of the
absolutely crazy, chat.
The bed, and I was just crouching down on myself and covering my ears and covering my eyes. And a few times I looked, and I was able to see him stabbing her, and he would stab, and other times he would hold the knife in a position how that was.
He said he was holding the knife in a position?
Yeah.
How was he holding it?
This position, I think when the way he stabbed, he was just kind of like holding it, putting pressure on it.
And was he just holding onto the knife at that point, or was he still stabbing her?
He was holding onto the knife.
Did you stab Christine at all?
I did not.
Did you touch Christine at all at this point?
No,
Did you get any blood on you?
I did.
And how did you get blood on you?
The blood on my hands, I remember, because at some point when he was stabbing her, I was kneeling, like, she was here, and Brenda was like stabbing her, and I came closer, and it was right here, and I knelt on the carpet, and I had put my hands on the carpet, and as soon as I felt blood, I just removed my hands from the carpet.
Why? What did the blood feel like?
It was warm.
Did you get blood on any other part of you?
Yeah. It was on my shoes, but also on my socks.
How did you get blood on your shoes?
Walking around, I would say, freaking out, and I was pacing back and forth, and it was pacing and staying in place, covering my eyes and ears, and I didn't want to hear their conversation, and so I don't truly know like how I got blood on my socks.
When did you take off your shoes?
When Brendan had told me 21, 28, he was telling me basically to go to the master, to the closet, to the safe. And he was telling me 21, 28, and it took me a while to know what he was talking about. And I was like, 21, 28, what? And we said safe. And before I started going to the closet, he told me to take off your shoes. And I took off my shoes, and I proceeded going to the safe. I got my tiptoes, like, with my socks on.
Why was it that you went to the safe?
Huh?
Why did you go to the safe?
Because it was also part of his plan, and for reasons I can't make sense of them now, given that I had the gun with me that morning. Yeah.
But he wanted you to go to the safe?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you a series of photographs at this point. And they are going to be Commonwealth 74, 75, 76, 77, and 78. So if I could have them displayed to the witness and counsel only, please. Okay. I'm going to scroll through these photos, and I'm going to ask you some questions about them. So this is Commonwealth 74, 75, 76, 77, and 78. Do you recognize these photos?
Yes.
And how do you recognize them?
These photos were taken at the police headquarters on the date that happened. And the last picture, it's a picture of my shoes and my socks.
And the photos that show us 74, 75, 76, and 77, are those a true and accurate depiction of the clothing that you were wearing that day?
Yes.
And is 78 a true and accurate depiction of the shoes and socks that you were wearing that day?
Yeah.
Judge, at this point in time, I would ask for the court to publish these to the jury.
Push them in evidence.
I'm sorry, if I admit them into evidence and then publish them to the jury.
No objection from the defense, 75, 76, 77, 78 in evidence.
And I'm just going to click through them so that they can publish. And we can terminate that view, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
What did you do next?
Janik, yes.
I'm sorry. Oh.
What did you do next? After 21, 28, you went to the safe, came back. What did you do at that point?
At that point, that's when I stand in front of the dresser and the TV, and I'm telling Brendan that Joe is moving. He was moving, and Brendan, he doesn't have any reaction to that whatsoever. And I just start telling him he's moving, he's behind you, and that's when I fired the shot too.
That's when could you say that again?
I fired.
And when you say you fired what?
A gun.
The gun that was where?
In my, that I had in my pocket, the handgun.
Did you hit anyone?
Yes.
Who'd you hit?
Joe.
What happened after you shot Joe?
After I shot him, he falls back.
Did you see Brendan touch Joe's body after you shot him?
Touching, no.
Did you see him interacting with Joe or Christine after you shot Joe?
Well, he was still stabbing Christine, and he got her blood in a handful of blood, and he starts dripping on Joe's body.
Did you ever call 911 again?
Yes.
Why did you call 911 again?
I called 911 again when he told me Brendan told me he was ready for me to call.
And when you made that call, do you recall what you said?
I think I do not remember everything he said. I remember saying that I guess a friend of mine was being stabbed and somebody was shot, and I couldn't talk the rest of the call. So Brendan took the lead, and he was the one talking to the responder on the phone call.
Did the police arrive that day after you called 911?
They did.
What did you do when the police arrived?
The person on the phone, the 911, she told me to not hang up on the phone and go make sure the front door is open. And so I went downstairs to make sure the door was open. And that's when they were already at the door at that point.
And that day, on the day that the murders took place, did you speak to the police that day?
Yes. I think the first time I spoke to the police was in the driveway, and they took Valerie and I to the police headquarters.
Did you talk to the police when you got to headquarters?
Yes.
And did you tell the detectives that you spoke with that day about the things that you testified to here today?
So what I told the detectives that day, it was the version Brendan had told me if I was ever to talk to a lawyer or this was ever going to happen. Like this.
I agree, guys. She's fucking lying.
The version I told.
She was all about this.
And that I eventually
100%. She was all about this bullshit.
The same version.
The idea she wasn't as laughable.
Mr. Missler, is this a good break point for the day? Yes. Possibly? Yes. All right, you want to check with?
Judge, if I could have one moment.
Yes.
Yeah, the idea she wasn't ready for this.
Yes,
or
Judge, this is a fine place to stop.
is
All right,
nonsense.
just stay right there, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, since it's 5 o'clock, we're going to go ahead and release you for the day. Just a reminder tonight, don't look at any news, don't look at any social media, do not talk to anybody about this case, and please do not do any outside research, okay? And Deputy Johnson will take you back, and just make sure you get here tomorrow at the correct time so we can start right on time tomorrow at 10 a.m., okay? Perfect, thank you.
So, yes, she was an accomplice. Yes, yes.
All right, ma'am, just as a reminder, since you're still testifying, it's important that you do not talk to anybody about this case or your testimony. That includes the prosecutors or the defense attorney, okay? You are allowed to talk to your attorney, Mr. Campbell, who for the record is present in the courtroom today, okay? All right, so you're excused until tomorrow morning, all right?
Now she has to walk with her hand. Remember, guys, she has to walk with her hands together because they told her, remember, this is an exchange for us not cuffing you up. Because this is going to be on TV. So they asked for the cuffs to not be placed for prejudicial effect.
All right, anything further? for
Yep,
this
she's
evening?
already pled guilty to
Keep
manslaughter.
going, approach.
So. Yep, she finished. Well, they both shot him, but she finished him off. So ultimately, the guy shot him. Brendan shot him, and then as she said, he was still alive. So then she came up and that's the manslaughter. Oh yeah, she was ready to move into that master bedroom. Yeah, I don't think this happened over the time span she's claiming. Clearly, she's trying to absolve herself from all liability in this. And that, I'm just the poor little immigrant girl. I didn't know no better. That's what she's doing here. That's entirely what she's doing. She's the poor little immigrant girl about this. So, the idea, like, she finished him off. That's not a surprise. Like, I fully agree. I fully agree that she did. And it's a little weird, the deal she got, but yeah, apparently she got a good deal. And now she's testifying. But yes, the idea she's just like, I was alone. All of a sudden, we're killing these motherfuckers. And it's like, no. I don't think they're going to buy that. I don't think the jury's going to buy that, but I do think they're going to agree. She is telling the truth that ultimately she killed the guy. She finished him off. The husband murdered the wife. Like, at that point, like, the idea that he wasn't involved in this at all, he's probably fucked. Mexican Vader says, please stop saying what? Please stop saying what? Yeah, she not the brains of it? I mean, I could see it, but I think she definitely was part of it. She wasn't just along for the ride. I think she was like, I'm going to get rid of her. She's like, oh, yes. Yeah, Poppy, do it. Like, I'm sure she egged him along. She 100%. Yeah, her deals for a time served recommendation. Jeez. Yeah, the kid would never have been safe in this witch's hands. Yep. But no, I think she was totally part of it. There was no way she was just, oh, I'm the poor little immigrant nanny on $200. No. She's involved. Totally was the guy's idea, but the idea, she's just like, I didn't know. Aye. No. No, not buying that. How did the wife not see this coming? Probably because she's working her ass off and she loved her husband. When you think everything's good to go, I'm sure she just was busy being a mom and a husband. She fucked herself in the interview and then flipped. Well, that's normally how this goes. That's normally how it goes. She was the BDSM chick. I could see that. I didn't see the interview yet, Tim, but I totally I think tomorrow will change your tunes. She was involved. The idea that he didn't do anything is going to be, nobody's going to buy that. Because how does he show up in the house? And it's not going to be very believable. Maybe they can tell a convincing story, but right now I'm not buying what they're selling. But we'll see. Remember, the prosecutor's case is supposed to be convincing. And right now, this is pretty convincing. So, what did the wife think would happen with the young, hot nanny moving in? I don't know. I mean, they're stupid. People make all kinds of bad decisions. I'm sure in hindsight, she's looking down from heaven like, well, there's egg on my face. There's egg on my face here, so. She didn't like the wife because she went and restocked the lemon pledge, says Ian. Yeah. Like I said, I guarantee you they did it, but it's just, they got to figure it out here. So. The Closer had an episode like this without the killing part. I've never heard of an au pair situation that wasn't prostitution with extra steps. Yeah. TJ Snedeker is saying, do we plan on doing this tomorrow? Yes. Same time, 6:30. We will end the show probably about 9 o'clock to get ready for the 9:30 show, but we will stream up to that point, and then like Friday, Saturday, we'll catch up. Okay. Ken is saying, could Matthew Herndon demand somebody preserve their Chat GPT prompts? I think so, but I don't know if they're like savable. I don't know if you can recover them. So I know with like Grok, I think the stuff disappears sometimes. So yeah. Ian saying, what I don't understand is the au pair is not hot. Well, here's the problem. Like, you're thinking about it the wrong way here. This is, it's the problem here, and what happened in this case is certainly, they hired the nanny. He started to wander. And from there, that's where things kind of spiraled out of control. And she realized, oh, this guy wants me. And it's like, but does he really? Like I showed that picture earlier of the family. She totally is, compared to his wife, she's the hot young thing. And that's a tale as old as time. She doesn't have to be the hottest woman in the world, but hotter. And yeah, that's kind of where it went. It's kind of where it went. She looks like, Christine Banfield looks like a very nice woman. Not hard on the eyes herself, taking care of her family, but she's not some pretty young thing from Brazil who's got a nice accent and a pair of tits. So that's why. Yeah, and that's, yeah. So you need the pre-jail photos to understand. Well, there's a couple of them. This is the wife. And here is the girlfriend. Here's the girlfriend here's the nanny back in 2024 previously. So I don't disagree with you, Sweet Tooth. I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you at all. But yeah, it's just that's her. So it wouldn't be the first time this has ever happened where, yeah. So, but we'll see what changes tomorrow. Her acting name, yes, she's like, I want to be like Sydney Sweeney. Yeah, she's making $200 a week. He's the jackpot. Exactly. She probably kind of got him to wander, and she got him all like, hey, we can do this. And sure, here's an idea. And he put it into motion, and now they're going to go to fucking prison, and they murdered her. And it was, yeah. So, I mean, I don't feel bad for these guys. They're pieces of shit. None of them, they're all pieces of shit. So, the two of them are scumbags. Such is life. Such is life. Real quick, Fernando's saying, if only the stabbing, why was her body all beat up? I bet it wouldn't surprise me if the husband was abusive, but also remember, she was being attacked because this guy thought she wanted to get raped and beat up. So the guy who got murdered was doing the thing for her. Bush says, hi, Sean, stay safe, a nasty storm. Yeah, we're apparently now going to get like 12 to 14 inches. Yeah. Tim says this chick is less guilty than Karen Reed. Okay, yeah. No. Chugi was the last super chat saying another ICE incident. Yep. Yeah, there's another one, but it sounds like this guy totally deserved it. So, Yeah, I think that's it. I want to make sure I count all the super chats and all that stuff here. Yep. We all got caught up. We're all caught up on that stuff. Dudes with rape fantasies aren't exactly stable. Well, was it his fantasy or was he willing to be a little like, go after her and give her a time she wanted, Everett? I don't know. But that guy didn't deserve to get killed. Like, that's the thing. He didn't deserve to die. But these fuckers killed him. Like, that's the shitty part. The guy didn't deserve that. Guy didn't deserve that at all. I'm just looking at the. Hold on. What is this from EDW? Oh, there's a press conference. Okay. Well, here we go. Okay. So here we go. There's a press conference for the shooting.
Is completed.
Okay. So what happened?
Conclusion.
Okay. So here we go. I'm curious to see what happened here. Here we go, chat.
There's still a lot that we don't know at this time, but what I can tell you for certain is that this is not sustainable. This is an impossible situation that...
Yes, comply with law enforcement. Quit letting illegals in your streets, Mayor. It's not sustainable.
...that our city is presently being put in. And at the same time, we are trying to find a way forward to keep people safe, to protect our neighbors, to maintain order. And we're in a position right now where we have residents that are asking the very limited number of police officers that we have to fight ICE agents on the street, to stand by their neighbors. We cannot be at a place right now in America where we have two governmental entities that are literally fighting one another.
Oh, it's like he's figured it out.
We're put in this position because we have approximately 600 police officers in Minneapolis, far fewer that are able to work at any given time. And there are approximately 3,000 ICE agents in the area. 3,000. The 600 police officers that we have are charged on any given day with investigating crime, stopping homicides from taking place, preventing carjackings. That's the work of a police officer in a city. Meanwhile, we have ICE agents throughout our city and throughout our state who, along with Border Control, are creating chaos.
Aw.
This is not the path that we should be on right now in America. Thankfully, there's another path. And I want to talk to everybody who's out there, even people who aren't living in Minneapolis.
What's the other path?
Maybe you just put your kids to bed. Maybe you're cleaning up the dishes. I'm sure you love your family.
Mm-hmm.
There's no doubt in my mind that you love your town.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine if that city or that town was suddenly invaded by thousands of federal agents that do not share the values that you hold dear.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine if your daily routines were disrupted. The local cafe that you eat at was shut down because they're scared that their own family might get torn apart. Imagine if schools shut down and suddenly parents got to figure out what to do for daycare. This is not creating safety.
Maybe we could help that, Mr. Mayor. Maybe you could help. Maybe you could help. I'm just saying.
It's certainly not creating safety when a huge percentage of the shootings that have taken place so far this year in Minneapolis have been by ICE. So let's be very clear. I've seen conduct from ICE that is disgusting and is intolerable. If it were your city, it would be unacceptable there too. And for anyone that is taking the bait tonight, stop. That is not helpful. Go home. We cannot counter Donald Trump's chaos with our own brand of chaos. And I have seen thousands
Well,
of
he
people
understands the
throughout our
point.
city peacefully protesting. For those that have peacefully protested, I applaud you. For those that are taking the bait, you are not helping, and you are not helping the undocumented immigrants in our city. You are not helping the people that call this place home. ICE can leave, and this massive deployment can come to an end. We have filed litigation to hopefully make it so. And at the same time, I'm deeply concerned.
This is treason. Yes.
That we don't have that kind of time. This is already the second shooting that we've had in a week. People are scared.
Yep, Lucas, I agree.
The
Lol.
atmosphere is tense. But again, there is another option. We can stop going down this route together. We'll open up any questions.
No, notice the solution. Notice the solution is that I'm the problem. Notice it's not I'm the problem. It's Trump that's the problem.
Media that a pregnant woman and possibly a 12-year-old boy were involved in this. Is that true or not true at all?
So there were reports initially that there was more than one person shot.
Also, he's wearing like this leather jacket. This looks so gay.
That is not true. There is one person that's been shot. It is a non-life-threatening injury, and they have been transported to the hospital. The remainder of the residence has been cleared. We did have one call of, I believe, a woman having an anxiety attack in the basement of the same residence, the same building. But to my understanding, no one else has been transported to the hospital.
That's a leather jacket. It's not a Nomex jacket.
To my understanding, no.
DHS has said that 2 other people came out of an apartment and started attacking the officer with shovels, and that the original person that they were looking for also did that. What has your investigation told you so far?
So the question was that people had come out of the residence.
He doesn't want to answer this question.
Federal law.
He does not want to answer this question. He is stalling for time. And he's like, oh my God, we're going to have to tell them the truth. Oh my God, we're going to have to tell them the truth. Oh no, we're acting like fucking savages and psychopaths. Just look on their face. This is a man who is terrified. Yeah, hold on one second. We'll switch teams in a second here, chat, but here we go. So, chat, I thought I'd be able to do another stream, but, like, I got to be in bed. I got court in the morning, so can't do this. So here we go.
Enforcement with shovels. The understanding that we have at this time is that this incident began on 94. The individual drove towards the residence, had some sort of accident outside the residence, ran towards the house, and got into a struggle with federal law enforcement. I believe there's a broom and like a snow shovel that's on the scene. And yes, I have heard information that
that means yes, this entirely happened exactly like that.
That some individual, at least one person, may have assaulted federal law enforcement. Yes.
Will MPD be
I am not aware if that's the same person who was shot or if that's someone else.
Will MPD be doing its own investigation of what happened?
The question was, will MPD be doing an investigation of what happened? I requested the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Investigation, Criminal Apprehension to respond, and they are on scene.
You were saying that there was unlawful protesting that happened tonight. Could you be a little bit more specific?
The question was about unlawful protesting. It has absolutely become an unlawful assembly. There are individuals throwing fireworks at police officers, individuals throwing ice, rocks, other projectiles at police officers. It is well past the line, and people need to leave.
What kind of communication, if any, of you had with federal law enforcement tonight?
The question was communication with federal law enforcement tonight. That communication was all on the scene. It was primarily related to trying to ensure that we were getting medical aid because we had a report of a shooting, and then also to try and ensure that we could maintain the integrity of the crime scene so that there could be an investigation into what occurred.
Condition of
Ooh,
the
that
person
answered the
shot
question,
is, and
chat.
we're also told that agent was
Answer the
injured and
question
taken to
here.
the hospital. Do you have any updates on either condition?
I have no updates on either condition. It's my understanding that this is a non-life-threatening gunshot wound.
And can you talk about anything you know about that initial stop that started on 94, that initial chase, if you will?
Yes, sometimes they
and
do if it
anything you know
snows hard
about the
enough.
person that they were following.
So I know nothing about the person that they were following. And then the rest of the question was about the initial chase. It's my understanding that we have some other 911 call indicating that someone from the house was calling, saying that the person in the car was running from ICE. I was driving towards the residence. That's my understanding.
Could Mayor Fry respond to criticism that local officials are contributing to rising rhetoric, and that's part of the reason why we're seeing, as DHS says, just protesters behaving in this sort of way?
What rhetoric? So the question was, can I respond to rhetoric? What rhetoric?
DHS says
Oh,
that
this
there's
good one.
rhetoric from local officials.
Is this your fault? Is you? Who did something wrong?
Of everything that's going on in Minneapolis.
So the question was, there has been the accusation that local officials have perhaps taken up the temperature in Minneapolis. First, I'll say, show me a single place where I have encouraged anything other than peace.
You screamed at them, "Get the fuck out!" Whee! What do you think that means? You're not wanted here. We don't want you here. You have not. To act like you, look, he's like, "Oh my God, I'm tired. I don't know what to do now." This is wearing him out. In the meantime, Trump's just walking around, his dick bouncing around. I'm just doing whatever the fuck I want. This is a man who's getting defeated. Look at his face.
Show me a single place where we have encouraged violence. I have said from the get-go to people in Minneapolis, do not take the bait. We are better than that. I have encouraged peaceful protest, and I'll say it again, I am inspired by the tens of thousands of people who have in fact peacefully protested and fairly documented with transparency what is taking place. That is allowed in any city in the country. And I have made it clear that to the extent people are going beyond that, and those protests are not peaceful, and the violence that the chief mentioned, it's got to stop, and you got to go home.
2 more questions.
If this situation is not sustainable, as you said a few minutes ago, where do you go from here? What options do you as mayor have from this point forward?
So just yesterday or the day before, I'm losing track of the days here, Minneapolis, along with St. Paul and the Attorney General's office at the state, filed a lawsuit. That lawsuit outlined the duress that our city is presently experiencing and how making people.
This lawsuit, I haven't had a chance to look at it yet. Maybe we could look at it, maybe, I don't know what night here, maybe Friday. I don't know. I was thinking about doing the rare breed stuff Friday. This lawsuit's not going to fucking work. You can't say, "Oh no, you can't enforce the law here. It's too hard." No. You're not going to get to scream ultra virus at this point. You guys are fucked. This is your fault.
Safe in our city is made all the more difficult based on the presence of ICE. We are hopeful that we will succeed ultimately in that lawsuit. Of course, my concern is that yet another shooting will take place. Yet another person will be injured or killed. This is not a new concern. The chief and I have been laying this concern out for well over a month at this point. This is not sustainable. Our officers, they are working tirelessly. Again, we have about 600 officers.
It's unsustainable. Yes, for you, it's unsustainable, buddy. But the federal government, Uncle Sugar, as he's known, Uncle Sugar's got a bottomless checkbook and all kinds of people willing to fucking come do the work. Those feds are getting per diem. They're getting all kinds of bonuses. They're going to fucking come to do the fucking work, homie. Yeah, you're up against the behemoth. Yeah, so cry more. Cry more. Get Tampon Tim to help you. Daddy Tim, help me.
1,000 ICE agents and border control. We need our officers responding to the basic day-to-day 911 calls. We don't have the capacity to both deal with that and all of this conduct that we're seeing from ICE on the daily basis. You know, earlier today and yesterday, I was out on a couple of major commercial corridors in our city. People are scared. You know, there's basic rights that you should have to be able to live safely in your neighborhood, to be able to go downstairs and head to the cafe or the flower shop. The people that would normally keep up these shops, American citizens, by the way, many of them, are terrified.
If you're an American citizen, literally, you don't have nothing to be terrified of. This isn't fucking hard. The only people are terrified of the fucking illegals.
Because American citizens are getting picked up off the street by people in masks.
Some are. I mean, like, how many exactly? And then they're getting cleared. But, like, let's be real. Most of the people getting picked up, like, let's just, come on now. Come on now.
That's not the way things should be conducted in any city in America. That's not who we are. That's not America. So I'm calling for peace. Everybody has a role in achieving that peace. And we're going to try to do everything that we can to keep it.
What's with Governor Walz this evening? If so, what does he have to say?
Yes, our office, yes, is in touch with the governor's office, as we've been for the last week here. He has been an excellent partner in both ensuring that we have additional resources through the Minnesota State Patrol, through the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, and that work will be done in partnership. Thanks, everybody.
We'll have more information tomorrow that we'll put out. Thank you.
Well, there we go. There we go, chat. Yes, Mr. Mayor, what are your opinions on Waco and Ruby Ridge? Yeah. So there you go. So Marlene says, stop the propaganda. Remember, if they already won, they wouldn't use the propaganda. And if they didn't think it was effective and they didn't need it and they need it, they are using it because they need it. You know, they're using the propaganda for a reason. Oh. Yeah, take your kid to daycare, some healthcare, transportation, you know, yes. Yes, if he would cooperate, I know, that's the neat thing. They can just cooperate with ICE and turn people over. And that's the neat thing. If we hadn't had the past, like, 10 years of this shit, almost 15 years of this sanctuary city bullshit, imagine what would have happened. This would be a non-starter of an issue. Trump wouldn't have been able to run on it. None of this would have happened. But no, we had to be a sanctuary city. And now it became a problem. Like, imagine that. Tachyon Black, I mean, the past 15 years of the sanctuary cities. The past 50 years of immigration, yes. Going back to the 60s, actually. So we're at, you know, more like 60-some years. So, but my point is, had they not been able to deal with the, had they not done the sanctuary city shit, we wouldn't be here right now because this wouldn't have been a massive issue. That's the point. These guys fucked themselves on this. And now they're like surprised. So, well, chat, with that said, it is late. I am tired and we got to get ready for tomorrow. I got stuff to do. We'll be back again 6:30 to start this off. It'll be interesting to see how this goes. Some of you guys are saying it'll turn around, maybe, but I don't know how this guy escapes any charges here. He's still going to prison. I don't see how he's not. Like, she, you know, even if she's the mastermind, he still did it. Like, I don't see how he did not do this. Like, Just being honest with you guys. So, with that said, chat, good night, everybody. EDW, hello. Ag, hello. Yeah, so. Anyways, guys, good night. Take care, everybody. Remember, until next time, just because you did it does not mean you're guilty. Unless you're the Brazilian nanny and you've already admitted to doing it. So you are guilty. I mean, that one kind of makes it easy. So good night, chat. Take care. Hold on here. Where is it? There we go.
Weapons, blacksmithing, and models of planes, esoteric works, and even some trains.
Clyde's being an asshole tonight, so I'll make sure we have him tomorrow.
Much merriment had while drinking White Claws, tips on hunting, and even talking the law. Whatever you do, just don't talk to cops. Even when they nab you on illegal stops. Just 'cause you did it doesn't mean you're guilty. But please talk to a local attorney. Was that the fact